Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Whoa, John.
Whoa.
Whoa, Austin.
Whoa.
And Nick.
Whoa. Don't call him whoa, then I'll start calling him whoa.
He said whoa first,
Because
then you
that
started
is true.
whoaing all over.
Because-
Are we going into the lore and history already? Back.
Lido.
Well, I think it's
Whoa. He's for the money.
Maybe-
He's for
maybe
the
I'll
show.
call him Lido.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Young Lido.
Young Lido.
What a song. Boz
Because it was
Skaggs.
about a year ago.
You know about
Was
Boz
it a year
Skaggs?
ago? I don't remember. It's
No, it was last summer, so we're nearing a year.
we're
Nearing.
nearing a year.
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, remember when I couldn't remember who he was,
And I had sat next to him at several Husker
At several
football games.
but I never knew his name.
He called me Randy.
So
he called me all these fun names.
different
It was a
names.
good time.
I just went through the alphabet. Damn, Austin, of course. 316. Yes. Oh.
Did you fill
Stone
in for the
Cold.
first time when I left when I had my child?
Yes, yeah.
That
it
was the
like
first
it was
time?
like the very first day
Okay,
or something like that. Yeah, it was the big windstorm where the power went out and all that good stuff, and that was the first day that I
That's
filled in for you.
Right.
Mhm. It was a good time.
Yes.
Sounds like an omen, really.
It
So
was.
It's
It
almost
does.
been a year.
Yes,
It's been almost 9
Yeah.
months.
Yeah.
Since John didn't remember. Who you
Basically,
were.
I've
Yeah.
had a 1620 baby in my time. That's basically what it's been.
You're 9 months. Your baby's 9 months old.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me
And,
go.
and you've been just as good a father as he's been to his daughter.
Wow, look
I've
at
been-
that.
I've been great.
Great Easter photo, by the way, Happer. Great
Thank
Easter
you.
photo.
It's all her.
Oh, I didn't
She's
see it.
She's
Although
very cute.
I will say the baby needs to work on a little more facial expression. It's kind of
She's
tough right
got
there.
Plenty.
Mm. Didn't show it in the photo.
She just freezes on camera.
She
She's like Cindy Brady.
when she gets around people, like anyone that's not me or her mother, she just like she just doesn't do anything.
Mm.
She's evaluating the situation at all times.
Makes sense.
She always feels like she's trying to like
She's feeling out the room.
she's
Yeah.
planning something.
She needs
Yeah.
to
Maybe
establish her takes.
Maybe she's
Yeah,
a robot. Maybe she's just, like just getting the feel for everything.
You have a
and
row
then
baby?
and
she
then,
does go like this a lot.
and then take.
You're not
and-
supposed to
and then
shake
it-
babies. You're not. You know that, right?
Really?
Mhm. That's just a rumor going around.
Yeah.
What if she shakes herself?
Well,
Oh,
can you
that-
control that? I mean, that's
Real
up to
quick
her.
reminder, quick off air, Josh. Make sure you put that PSA back in too.
Don't shake the baby.
Don't shake the baby.
We used to have one.
Did you really?
Shake it up, don't shake the baby. Shake it up, don't shake. Or I don't. We got to work on it, but
Something like that.
But they don't tell you what you're supposed to do if she shakes herself, which she goes like this all the time.
That just means your baby's rad as hell. She's dancing.
Apparently, it's like
Put
she's
on some real big fish.
It's
To
supposed to
Weezer?
be soothing in a way
Sure.
or something.
oh yeah,
I don't know what they're doing.
probably,
I don't know what they're up to.
probably.
I did show John a picture of my child though
Yes,
on whatever day that was,
Saturday.
Saturday
Mm.
over the weekend.
Easter Vigil, as the Catholics say.
She was wearing a Creighton onesie.
Whoa, that's big.
What if she actually grows up to be like a Xavier fan
That's
or
not gonna
Marquette
happen.
fan?
I don't think that's how it works.
UConn baby.
Well,
Good woman's athletics in
Hey,
UConn.
as long as
Good
as
women's
long as
athletics.
she's rooting for those Big East units, I don't.
Units.
Just give me those sweet Big East units.
John loves conference cheering.
I do. I do.
I sent my niece, who is also, baby age, small,
Mhm.
a onesie, like a Creighton onesie when we first moved here. Because I was like, oh, I live in Omaha now. I'll send you some Creighton stuff. It
Smart.
didn't fit her by the time she got there because she lives in Alaska.
Wow.
Yeah. So
How long
she,
did
What
it
is
take
this?
to
The
get there?
1890s in
Yeah.
terms of mail delivery?
No, it quite literally took like 2 weeks to get there. So
Wow.
And that's how we started talking about Alaska that
Mhm.
one night at that one game.
Yep. It was a good time.
Did they airdrop
We were
it
all
from
at
an
that
airplane?
game.
So there will be
It
a
was good time.
repeat of that game tomorrow.
I should have airdropped it. You're correct.
Yes, there
Sadly.
will. Yes, there will.
You
More
going back to Alaska?
Oh, they're playing them again.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Wow.
Good for them.
The guy from Alaska, what was his name? Leland.
Sure.
Yep. Yep. More Alaska talk.
Yep.
Tomorrow
Can't wait.
on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Bring all your Alaska notes.
Bring my Alaska notes and my boat notes.
Mhm.
There's a lot of planes in Alaska. You could talk about how Alaska uses planes.
Ooh, more people die of moose attacks than car accidents in Alaska.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
but
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
what happens if you are in a car and you hit the moose and die?
Ooh,
Is it
does
a
it-
moose attack
Does
or
that
a
count
car
as a car
attack?
accident
It's
or a
COVID.
moose attack? Or is
COVID
it,
killed you.
or is
That's
it
what
like a? Well, we're going to give 50%. It's kind of like a certain service that we're familiar with in the media industry, this part of it gets 50% of the credit, and this part of it gets 50%.
Yeah.
Who gets the title in that?
But I can't say what that
title?
thing is that we're talking about, or else we could get in trouble.
Yes.
Interesting.
That is weird. They are. What specific rules they have on?
Very specific.
That particular thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, that we all know exactly what we're talking
about. We all know
exactly,
exactly what it is.
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't affect you.
Good.
It doesn't affect. It affects radio.
It affects radio.
Never mind.
Austin, you've done radio before.
I have. I was born in radio. I was raised.
You're doing radio now.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Welcome to On the Radio.
I know, this is quite fun. Live radio. I haven't done live radio since the last time I was on here.
Don't say any swear.
Oh, don't say any swear.
Yeah.
Good to know. Okay, I'll keep that in the back pocket. Make sure I know that.
Just you never know.
No swearing.
You never know which swears.
I do try. You probably haven't noticed because you haven't picked up on it yet, but because the media box is pretty light when it comes to Creighton baseball, it's usually just like me and you hanging out, and sometimes John.
You can come hang out with us. We don't care. It's a big room.
I do yell certain things into your room to see if you hear them. You guys haven't turned yet, so you're either true professionals or you haven't heard me yet.
No, we don't. We can't hear anything.
Okay,
Sometimes.
gotcha.
You would think we'd hear something.
For whatever reason, I can.
That goes pretty good.
Well, I usually sense when somebody is coming up behind me, and I'll turn.
Yeah,
but I don't think I
play it like the genital game when you're in middle school and you try to yell out like certain verbiage.
The P word.
Yeah, yes. Yep.
I think we can say penis on the radio.
Oh,
I think that's fine.
Nick, way to dive in.
It's not a slur. It's anatomy.
I don't know. Well, do you go on the street calling people the P word?
Yeah, but swear
Only
words.
my good friend.
It doesn't have to be a slur.
Yeah, swear words aren't necessarily slurs.
No, I know.
Slurs are slurs. Swear words are swear words.
I was thinking about Josh.
Unless you use a swear word in front of a slur, like that bleeping bleep.
That would be a bad. That's a mega slur.
What had happened?
That's sleeping P.
That's the
I was
mega
just
powers
thinking
of
about how
slurs.
proud I was of Josh for getting under 3 hours in Boston. And
why are you changing
slur
the
was on my
subject?
brain.
I'm
not changing the subject.
I was told that he had to use no 10 seconds off slurs today.
Wow.
He did it on merit. No mulligans.
But imagine how fast it would have been if he did slur.
I know. He could have been up there with the Kenyans.
I wonder at what point, in that last mile, because I don't know, does he keep track of his time on? Does he have, like going on his watch or anything?
Some of those marathons, though, they don't allow you to have like your usual like track watching and stuff like that. So
really?
I don't know if the Boston Marathon.
But all of his splits are on there.
Yeah, you can go on the website. You can see stats.
Well, he's not going to dial up the web while he's running. I'm saying, can he just while he's running, can he look at his watch and kind of?
I mean, probably, but that's always going to be off from the official time because their timing is different than what your timing
Sure, but you kind of,
be.
If you have that idea, I'm just wondering if he had
he had to have done
the internal clock in his brain was going, man, he's in that 25th mile, and he's like, okay, do I need to say a couple of slurs here and not 20 seconds off my time?
He had to have known because he only finished a minute under 3 hours.
Well, that doesn't mean
and he turned it up for the last mile.
Yeah,
he had his best mile in the last mile.
But he probably always does that, doesn't he?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would
wait
think
till next week to find out.
Connor. Yeah. Finishing strong.
Yeah.
At this point, I will in a week.
Okay,
I won't
Mr.
remember
Good Life
this,
Habsy.
Listen, some of us are supporting other runners. Some of us aren't. That's fine.
Yeah, it's very cool of you, Austin.
Yeah, no problem.
Very cool.
Did you see any of so obviously shout out to Peter online because he was doing phenomenal. He was tracking Josh like it was his own kid. It was
Peter
great.
Man?
Peter Cunningham.
Peter
not Peter Man, the other Peter.
Jay's Twitter Peter.
Yes, Jay's Twitter Peter.
Yeah,
but when he was posting his splits, I saw the first one where he was like, "Oh, he ran 6 miles in 30 minutes," and I was like, "Man, 30 minutes." I was like, sometimes it takes me like that amount of time to get from like point A to point B in town, and he covered about the same distance that it took me to drive. It's crazy.
It's amazing though what happens when they clear out the roads for you.
Yeah.
You know this because the Good Life Habsy.
Yes,
it ruins Lincoln.
It does
for an entire day. Ruins the town.
I'm so sorry.
And they always,
sorry for a Sunday in November that you guys can't drive to the farmers market.
It's very busy.
But here's the thing. It's Lincoln, which is one of the poorest towns in America in terms of go to north and south.
Just to drive.
Just
the
to drive.
Worst town in America.
Worst town in America to drive north and south. And so, let's just cut off 84th Street, which is like the only north-south
It's the only reasonable street in town, really.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're going to shut it down. You know, this is a huge state. Here's my thing. Why don't they just build like they build Formula One tracks, they build NASCAR tracks? They need to build a marathon.
They could do that at the new Nebraska crossing outlets when our NHL team gets here.
There we go.
And our volleyball team and our whatever we're getting out.
You're just trying to ostracize all the runners in this state to one spot. That's illegal. You can't be doing that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You just told a whole sect of people to move to one place and
with
be
the
only
hockey
to participate
players
in their activity in one spot.
And the volleyball players and the
ground.
pool and
And the pool.
the swimming.
So we're just going to have all the non-athletes, the nerds hanging out in the city?
Sure.
You want to be overrun by IPAs and just hanging out? Actually, the marathoners also drink the IPAs. So
Yeah, they do.
You have two
Marathoners
problems.
love our
Although I will
IPAs.
say this, I agree with you. If we could move all the rock climbers and those like freak obstacle course people, those people should get their own world. Let's push them out.
They ain't closing any streets to climb rock.
That I don't know.
The
They're
rock
probably-
climbers.
I
and
have-
the
I have
freak
never
obstacle
I
course.
have never encountered
The
this.
Venn diagram of people who drink Mountain Dew religiously and rock climb is like a complete circle. It's just the same group
Really?
of people.
Okay,
100%.
so
I would
let's
think those people are more health.
No, they are. That's like their one vice. They're like, oh, I don't do anything else, but I drink Mountain Dew.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
the thing.
people who are health nuts, but it's like, I'll have a Diet Coke, though.
okay, so
Okay, that's too far. You take that back.
It's a
all right,
cult,
so
Austin.
so now add a third circle. What about the people that play the fantasy games, the Dungeons and Dragons?
Hey, all right.
Okay,
Now
let's
we're- now we're getting- now we're
let's
getting-
not
Hey,
let's
they're
not get
mountain-
personal.
They gotta
yeah,
be
now
there.
we're-
I'm
now we're
just
getting
saying,
too
what's
mean.
what's the Venn diagram there? I mean, how many of them are rock climbers too?
I don't climb any rocks or drink Mountain Dew, John,
It's called magic.
except
John.
Baja Blast.
That's
Oh,
Magic the Gathering.
Well, that's
close.
that's a
Mountain Dew.
different one that I also play.
But that's
sometimes.
Mountain Dew.
Would be quite a D&D game on top of a cliff that you just climbed. That'd be
That'd be
crazy.
sick.
That would hit, as the kids say.
You want to go climb some rocks and play Magic and D&D?
I'm in.
Nice.
Sounds like a real nerd
You
fest.
guys would love that. You guys are weird.
What do you mean?
I'll show you how to play
Your
Magic.
generation.
I just fired up my Pokemon emulator last night because I was bored.
What
do
does
you
that
mean?
even mean?
You
Do you want to
emulate-
see it?
Are you emulating Emerald?
Platinum, actually.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm going
interesting.
back in.
What the hell has just happened here?
I love what Austin feels in. It's great.
Did you jump into like a time warp or something? What's an emulator?
It's a way to play like games that are like supposed to be made on Game Boy, but you can play them on your phone or your computer.
Oh, shout out to Kenneth in chat. How you not like Mountain Dew?
How much of this is the
I like
whole
Mountain Dew.
Pokemon thing from 10 years ago? How much of it?
It's not Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
It's just Pokemon.
That was Hillary Clinton. This is cool.
Yeah. We're not Pokemon
Hillary
going
Clinton
to the polls.
did Pokemon Go?
Yeah, she
Pokemon
said-
go to the polls.
Yeah, you don't remember that?
No.
The
I
Vitamin
do
D?
not remember that.
and now we know why she lost. Because everyone was like, oh, wait a minute.
Well, yeah, they
That
Pokemon.
But there's this
emails.
Pokemon over here.
That in the emails. How dare you? How dare you?
I did not know that she said
Yeah,
Pokemon
she
Go.
unironically
polls.
said that. It was
Yeah.
terrible.
I thought it was great.
Well, I don't
It was a
remember
bar.
that. I don't remember that at all.
My God.
Okay, so
2016
what do
was a
you
great time.
emulate it on, like on your phone?
Yeah,
No,
I have
it's
an
on
app
my
on my
computer.
phone. I have a program on my computer.
Yeah, it's-
I can emulate wherever.
You can emulate.
You can't say the P word on radio.
Well, I have
terrible.
Mario Kart Advance on here. You want to see that?
So you're just playing video games on
Yeah.
your phone.
Yes, yeah.
That's exactly
all
what
that
it is.
You got
yes.
games, on
But they
your phone.
weren't games that were made for the phone. I do got games on my phone. Look at that. Look at all my games. Look at all the Game Boy games that I have.
Those are just ones and zeros.
See
That's
that?
not it.
How are you able to do this?
I click the button
This is a hack,
and then it loads.
right?
Would you show that to Julius
There are
Caesar?
hacks on here, but it's not.
So is
a
this like
hack.
an illegal thing that
seems
you're doing
illegal.
here?
If you
It's a little
own
illegal.
if you own the game cartridge, it's not
Mm.
illegal to emulate it because
Oh.
you own the game.
That can't be
Good
true.
to know.
It's very true.
That cannot be true.
I
It's
just
true.
outed myself. I got to delete that emulator.
I own
owning
Pokemon
Owning
Sapphire.
a copy of the game doesn't give you the right to.
Well, it's just like all of the Creighton broadcasts. 1620 The Zone has all the exclusive rights and any redistribution of that audio.
yeah, would be emulating, and that would
Exactly.
be bad.
Yeah,
And
that's
no,
true.
and no one
emulating.
has ever stolen the 1620 audio for any personal game.
That's exactly right.
No one has
That's
ever
true.
done that.
That's true.
No, if you own the game, you can emulate it on another device because you already own it. You already bought it. You paid for it.
What an
It's yours.
Interesting rule.
That is an interesting rule.
Almost
But I
like
would guess that
Max-
most people, if they want to emulate their game, they would do it with games they don't have.
Well, that would be illegal.
Well,
John.
I mean, so in a sports sense, if you're trying to emulate the game of someone else, right? You don't have that game in your own entirety, right? Like you're trying to get to that level. Like I can't emulate the game of Michael Jordan because I don't have ball skills, but I would like to be like him. So I'm emulating that experience.
Not illegal.
Not illegal.
Not illegal.
but
Okay.
difficult.
Indeed.
Very,
Very.
very difficult.
Mhm.
Wow. What a ride this has been.
Yeah.
Thank you for this.
I can show you how to play
Good.
GameCube games on your
This is
computer.
the usual crossover. They
Yeah.
usually go this way.
You know what I heard? I heard that Amazon Fire Sticks
Mhm.
are Xboxes now. Is this
Oh.
true?
They
What?
do have games on there.
You're going to have to elaborate this one.
So we do. This is an ad read for my podcast that I do. It's for Amazon.
Congrats.
And the ad read for the podcast is like, "Hey, did you know that your Amazon 4K Fire Sticks is actually an Xbox too?" And I was like, "Wait a minute."
Is it because of
I read it out loud and I was like, "Is this true?"
You
Is this
did a
possible?
read, and in live time,
Yeah.
you were like, "This is new."
If this is true, I have 6 Xboxes.
is it because of Xbox the X Cloud? If you have
I don't know why.
The
I haven't looked
X-Files?
into it at all.
So if you pay for a certain tier of Xbox Live, then you can also cloud stream your games.
Mm.
As if there's an app for that, then you can just play it.
I assume they mean like, you just buy a controller and you plug in your Fire TV and you can play all the games on the Fire. So I assume that's what they.
Well, there has to be some kind of Xbox partnership, otherwise that's
I'm sure.
not a.
I'm sure it is.
I think-
Well, I mean, I read it in
Well,
the ad
it was
read.
if it was in the script.
Yeah.
This generation's screwed. We got to get back outside.
We
There's
do.
too many games. There's too many Xboxes.
there's
Yeah,
so
at
much
least,
access.
at least with us, when we had to play video games, we had to leave the house, take our quarters with us to the arcade.
No.
You didn't even have an Atari? Jeez.
No, we had an Atari.
John,
Okay,
that's
there
the
you
great
but
thing
the
about
better
emulating.
games were
The
at
better
the
games
arcade.
were at the arcade.
If I want to play a GameCube game, I can just take my laptop outside. Then I can play my video games outside.
Yeah, you can emulate anywhere.
Exactly.
A park.
A park. You can
Mhm.
emulate in the park, John.
Playing video games outside is even worse than playing video games inside.
It's kind of nice.
I
Because
agree.
you're just emulating that you're outside.
You
Yeah.
never played NCAA on a screen in the backyard? Come on. What are you talking about?
That sounds horrific.
Oh, geez.
I want it to be as
No.
dark as possible in a cold
Wow.
basement.
Oof.
While
Drinking
I play
Mountain
video,
Dew?
While I play video games.
Mhm.
Playing, yeah.
Yeah.
Preferably rock climbing. Is that what you wanted?
No, I'm not rock.
Are you a
climbing.
rock climber?
No, I've never rock.
You're a
I'm too-
caged rock
I'm scared
climber.
of heights.
Really?
Scared of heights.
Are you scared of heights or are you scared of falling? There's a difference.
Probably.
Well,
falling.
but the fear of heights is the fear of falling.
No, you can be scared of tall things. You could be on the ground and look up and be like, I don't like that. But a fear of falling is
I have-
being
Well,
on
that's
top.
different though.
Then,
But
yeah.
when people say a fear of heights, it's that they are high. It's not that you have a fear of tall things.
Mm.
I think there's a different phrase.
I would think so too. I
Yeah.
never heard it the way that you described
Oh no,
it. though.
I believe that
I
I'm
guess
right.
I am afraid
Fear
of tall things too. Like
of
Zach Eady, what the
tall
hell? Like that guy is
things.
way too tall.
Are you afraid of falling off of Zach Eady?
If I was standing on Zach Eady,
If you were standing on top of his head and they were like, jump, would you be comfortable?
it'd be pretty close.
It'd be tough.
It'd
The
be pretty close.
phobia of all tall things is called megalophobia.
But
This is a good I like this name.
It's
think I have-
Megalophobia.
I have
starring
that.
Jason Statham.
so the context I usually see megalophobia in is like if you're at the bottom of the ground and then you're looking up at a skyscraper and you're like, whoa. Not if you're on top of the skyscraper and looking down.
Yeah. This is a phobia of tall things.
I have
Or-
both.
If you like see Godzilla in the distance, this is a big thing. I have a
You
fear
see
of Godzilla.
Yeah.
in the distance.
Megalophobia
No, but, like-
is a phobia that involves an irrational or intense fear of large objects or spaces.
Okay, so to clarify, when I'm down on the ground,
Oh,
and
you're
I,
down?
and I look at the tall building,
Yes.
I don't look at the building and get scared. I look at the people at the top of the building,
Oh, you're scared for them.
and I'm scared for those
You're
people.
emulating fear. I get it. Yes, I see.
I take out my cell phone.
And now I understand what emulating means.
So what is that? What is that? What disease do I have if that's the case?
If you're fearing for others,
Yeah,
Gross
because people
sympathy?
get close to the ledge. Even I don't know, man.
Well, if you're Van Halen, you write a whole
of
song about
other
it.
Also,
people
the buildings that are
falling.
tall in the sky that have glass floors, that's nuts. That's so dumb. I hate that. Why would they put those in there? There's no reason for
Does
me
it
to be
give you
walking.
megalophobia?
It does, because I walk and it's like, oh, you're walking on a cloud. I don't want to walk on a cloud. I want to walk on the ground.
Thank you, Austin.
hmm
Give me concrete or give me nothing.
I don't think you
fear
want
of
nothing.
falling is referred to as basophobia.
That's
Fear to-
lame.
But this is
Fearful
based.
when other
It's not
people
based
are
at
But
all.
yeah, that's why I typed in
So
fear
here's
of
an
other
example.
people falling.
Here's an example. Top
I was hoping
floor
there'd be one.
of the Mall of America. All right.
Okay.
But is
Top
that-
floor. The
yeah.
top floor. It has the railings.
Is that a tall building?
It has the railings.
I
Is
don't
it
know if I
three?
consider the Mall of America tall.
And there's
To
like
be
a
honest, I've
bridge.
never seen the Mall
I think
of
it's
America.
3 stories, right?
It's 3 or 4. Yeah, it's 3 or 4.
It might be 4.
That's
And
not
so-
that tall.
I'm walking in the middle or to the base side
Wow.
of the walkway, not on the edge. maybe my wife is close to the edge, and I'm like, honey, come closer to me. I don't want to have you that close to the edge. I'm scared of her being. She looks over the edge, and I'll say,
Where is
I'll
the
have to
Mall
turn
of
around.
America? This looks incredible.
Minnesota.
never
It's
heard
in
of the Mall of
Minneapolis.
America?
No, I've never heard of this. This is
Yeah, it's in
Really?
Minneapolis. It's like the most famous mall in the world.
no,
You could have said Oakview, and I would have believed you.
No,
This is the most famous mall in
this
America.
is a joke.
No,
You've
this is
never heard
news.
of the Mall of
No.
America?
How have you gone this long?
I don't know. Have we gone this long period? Is that it? That's the whole
Sure,
sentence?
yeah.
No, this is all news. They have a roller coaster?
Yes.
This is
Yes.
incredible. Is there a forest in here?
Is Nickelodeon
No. Well,
World
they
or
might
whatever
have- they
something
might have one of
Rainforest
those. They might have those rainforest
I mean,
cafes
this-
in there.
They do, actually. Mall of America has a
There you go.
Rainforest Cafe.
No, I can see what you're saying
There's
now.
like
but
6 lids in there. You
Or a
know?
lot of
oh,
lids.
Yeah.
lids like the store. I
Yeah.
was like,
Yes.
for what?
Yeah. Wait a minute. This is a bit.
Which-
You're
No, this is the first time I've heard of Mall of
This
America.
is a right of. This is
And
an
you're a
important.
Midwestern guy, right?
Yeah, Panhandle, Nebraska, but yeah. It just
Oh,
wasn't.
this is not good for the people of the Panhandle.
No, it wasn't in my hemisphere of locations I travel to.
Well,
I was too busy
outside
getting
of
high.
2 weeks
in
ago, I
Colorado.
hadn't been to Minneapolis in years, but I know what the Mall of America
This is a
Mhm.
pivotal moment for Austin
This
on
is.
1620 The Zone because
No.
there's always that one moment when a guest
far?
host says something that nobody can believe. This is his.
How far is the Mall of America from me?
It's 5
Well,
hours.
How
5 hours.
far
It's
away
in
is
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis?
I could go this weekend.
You
I
gotta
have
go
nothing
right
to
now
do.
and be
Could.
there
Go
by
to
dinner.
Mall of America,
Yeah.
please.
Mm.
Just once.
It's a great
Experience it.
trip.
Yeah, this sounds fun.
You go to
Except
Target.
you have to
Field,
go
get your
through.
game.
You have to go to Des Moines and then go north. I hate that drive.
It's not that
terrible.
bad.
I don't like.
35, baby.
Mm.
By the way,
Terrible.
if you Google fear of the Mall of America, the first thing that comes up is fear of God, which is in the Mall of America. There is a brand called Fear of God.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'm looking up Fear of Rainforest Cafe. I wonder what that could be.
They got a Hooters in there.
They have,
Oh,
They got a Bubba Gump shrimp.
I mean, I figure
There's
they
a
have.
B-dubs.
I figure they have every one of the
All the
Applebee's restaurants.
all
do
the
they have
chains,
a
yeah.
California Pizza Kitchen? That's the worst. That's the worst
actually
mall
possible.
restaurant in history.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes, California Pizza Kitchen is the bane of my existence.
There's
a Really?
Shake
I
Shack
hate
in there.
that.
Why?
I'm good with the Shake Shack. I've never had a good experience at a California Pizza Kitchen because they're always pushing cauliflower crust on you, and I don't want that. I came for regular pizza.
They
I'm a
are-
normal dude.
They do be pushing
Yeah.
that.
Why do they
cauliflower
push the
crust.
cauliflower?
Because
crust?
it's California pizza. That's why, I
Oh,
assume.
Good lord!
It's the same reason like
It's a lib
Californians
pizza. That's
have
what it is.
scooped
Lib
bagels.
pizza.
Wait, what'd you say?
It's the same way like Californians have the scooped bagels.
Libs. I
that's
bet they have
disgusting.
scooped bagels at California Pizza Kitchen.
They probably do, and it's
Garbage.
probably pizza
The hell's a
bagel
scooped
bites.
bagel?
They take all the bread out.
Yeah.
The good part of the bagel.
What the hell are you doing?
I know.
John's
That's a-
learning a lot today.
Nick told us about that a
is
couple weeks ago.
stupid.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
it's. I
incredibly
understand why there's some bread that you scoop out, but there's not enough bread there to scoop out.
Mike Stibbs in the chat. Statue of what? Liberty? What the hell is that, Austin?
Yeah. What other?
Yeah, what are the comments saying
We
about?
have mall of
Uh,
statue
we've
of.
got Jeremiah Road Trip Austin 1620 the field trip. I'd be down for that.
What other things are like mall of statue of?
You guys ever been to Carhenge? Why don't you get out to my neck of the woods?
I've heard
Well,
of Carhenge.
but I've heard of it. I've not
Yeah.
been there, but I've heard of
Oh,
it.
so you guys are all shocked. I've never heard of Mall of America, but
Well,
you haven't
yeah,
even been
it's
to
like
Carhenge.
it's a
It's
bit-
in this state.
Have you never
Well, I
heard of the
haven't.
most?
Explore your own backyard.
I've
Isn't
heard
that what
of
Pete
it.
Ricketts always told us?
Minneapolis is closer than the Panhandle.
That's true.
Is true.
That is true.
But you get an hour back. Time difference. People forget mountain time.
True.
Yeah,
Mall
but at the
of
Mall
America
of America,
is-
you get to go to the Rainforest Cafe.
That is true.
Is
There's
Mall
no
of
rain-
America the most famous mall in the world?
I mean,
You ever heard
it-
of Crossroads?
Maybe
Well, in
the
terms
one
of
in-
like shopping malls, probably yes.
Yeah.
Maybe
Probably.
the one in Jersey, the big one that they built.
Yeah, but that's not
Yeah.
as famous as Mall of America.
No, not as
I
famous.
don't even know the
America-
name of that one.
Because
Possibly
Mall of
bigger.
America was the first of the mega malls,
Yes.
and then
Cha-
malls
they
They
immediately
made a
died.
TV show. They made a TV show about the Mall of America. The Mall of America security guards. It was a reality television show, and they
Oh,
followed
I
them
thought
around.
that was.
I've
just
never heard of
Paul
that.
Blart Mall Cop.
That show was awesome. I loved that show.
Stibbs back in the chat. Does Austin know that Carhenge is based off of something called Stonehenge? Yes, I'm aware of that. RDJ fan says Mount Whatmore. Austin.
Now, what more?
Wait, what is this? Who's on there?
The Washington who?
The Declaration of what?
I am well traveled.
I guess we're
I
gonna
have-
find
I'm
out more about
well-traveled.
Austin today.
You know what's hilarious is I have been overseas. I've been to Europe many times, but I've never heard of Mall of America, and people are like shocked by this.
I
No,
bet-
I am
like-
stunned.
Did you talk to any? Where'd you go? Italy?
Greece, Italy, Spain.
All right,
You
so
seem
if
like
you
a
talked
Greece
to the
guy.
Italians and they found out you were from
Yeah,
Nebraska,
Italian.
they probably would have been like a Mall of America, and you
Yeah.
would have been like, "What?
What? I don't know
What
what
are
you're
you
talking about. This is now worse than me not knowing his name.
It might be."
You know, back in the cold.
Yes. Kenneth said traveling to the Arch this weekend. Yes, the Carney Arch.
Back in the Cold War,
Nice.
Austin, if the government suspected somebody of being a Russian spy, they would ask them questions about America,
Yeah,
like
I just did
who's on Mount Rushmore.
I just did the movie where I did the 3 instead of the 3.
Yeah.
I ordered
You
the
just
beer the wrong
inglorious
way.
bastards.
I just non-Midwestern myself. Maybe I'm secretly a rock climber. Maybe that's what this has been the whole time.
Yeah, with your good life.
I'm just
abs
gonna get
and
a bottle
shit,
of Mountain Dew and start pouring it out in front of you and see how you react.
Ugh, be terrible.
dog. Wow.
What a thrill this has been, man! I've learned so
Are
much.
you are you interested in checking it out?
Yeah,
You
no,
wanna
I'm
go?
definitely. I'm almost like, so I know Dr. Girlfriend won't have enough time because 5.5 hours up there, that'd be a bit of a trip. And then to walk amongst the mall, I feel
You could do it in a weekend, though.
Is the Mall of America like a one day? I got to spend my whole Saturday there.
You
or
don't
is
have
a
to do
couple
it that
hours?
No,
way.
you don't have to go the whole day.
Okay.
I would go like what I would
So
do.
we have friends in Des Moines. Like I could stay in Des Moines, go up to the Mall of America, and then like go back down to Des Moines.
I would do it this way. You
could,
take a weekend. You stay. Nebraska plays at Minnesota this year, right?
Mm.
You take a weekend. You stay up there. You stay by the Mall of America, and then you do whatever downtown. Go to the game.
Yeah, you can go
And
to
then when you come back at night or whatever, you wake up in the morning. You can walk around the Mall of America.
Does PJ Fleck use that as like a recruiting tool, like a chip in his like?
I
his
think
armor?
Minnesotans, like especially Minneapolis people, they're like, that ain't here.
Oh, they don't accept their tourist attraction like we do.
I don't
like
think they're
the
very
zoo?
proud of it, John.
I have no idea. I guess I've not talked to anyone from Minneapolis about the Mall of
Oh,
America.
my-
I don't think they're very proud of it.
My stepbrother, he's from Minneapolis. He never has any ill will toward the ball. He likes.
Why
to go to
wouldn't
the
you be
mall.
proud of it?
Do they
Or-
just
or at
call
the
it
very-
the mall? Is that
Because
the
it's a
Minnesota?
mall,
No, they call it
John. It has a
MOA.
connotation.
Okay.
A mall.
That
you
would be
know?
cool if they were
Yeah,
like,
but-
the mall.
Yeah.
The mall.
It's still
like
something. It'd be like I don't know. It'd be like people from Beverly Hills not proud of Rodeo Drive.
Are they? Are they? I don't know. Maybe they're not.
I mean, it's kind of what they are about.
Like you say, like you say, I'm going to Hollywood to somebody in Los Angeles. They probably just roll their eyes and say,
yeah.
"Get out of here, you weirdo."
Yeah.
Midwestern.
Well,
person.
sure. I mean, how many people from Minnesota are actually shopping at the Mall of America? That's a good question.
probably very.
I mean, it's a mall, isn't it? Just
Yes.
Yeah.
Go to the mall.
So
it's
there's-
like
it's a
us going to
functional
cross.
mall.
So there's just
yeah.
a bunch of like pajama pant teenagers running around there too, or is it a good family atmosphere?
I bet the mall walking community in Mall of
huge,
America is
huge.
incredible.
So they actually have like signs, like if you go around this, it's X amount of miles.
Really?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like a cruise ship.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yes, it is like a cruise
It's
ship.
like a cruise ship, but on the land.
So cruise ships and Mall of America, same amount of rainforest cafes, more or less.
Probably.
That's right.
Okay, good to know.
They
Good
have
to
a
know.
great. They have a great log ride. Do you like roller coasters,
Mm,
Austin?
I'm in between. Lived closer to a Six Flags, so we would go there like once a summer.
Good log ride with the waterfall, and you kind
Nice.
of get wet a little bit.
I respect that.
But then you're in a mall,
okay,
and you
I
don't have to
respect
deal.
Then you're
with
wet
it.
in a mall.
but just like a little bit.
Then you're wet in
I'm
the
You're,
mall.
damp.
you're a
I'm
little
damp
damp
in a
in the
And
mall.
when you take the
Yeah.
log ride, you go like right by the Bubba Gump shrimp. Like you could
Nice.
see the people eating their shrimps.
Bubba Gump Shrimp is probably right below California Pizza Kitchen in like worst experiences to eat
They got it
at a
all
mall.
At
Yeah,
the mall
At the mall.
of America.
Auntie Anne's number one though.
They got
That's gotta
plenty
be
of
number
those
one.
too.
Mhm.
Is the worst?
No, the best.
Oh, the best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, did they get rid of Orange Julius in airports? Do they not have those anymore? I miss an Orange Julius. Those were great.
Just go to the mall.
Are
Yeah,
they
I
in the
thought,
mall?
I thought Orange Julius's were just a thing of the mall. I didn't think they were an airport.
Oh, it was in
I feel like
Denver
we had
International.
one in Omaha, didn't we?
We not have it. in
I think
Orange
there
Julius?
used to be one at Crossroads. There might still be one at
Hmm.
Oakview. I don't know
Interesting.
what Oakview still has.
Oh, I don't know.
I was there a couple weeks ago, and they have the hits. They have
Did you
Hot
go to the
Topics,
puzzle store?
Spencer's. I did not go to the puzzle
The
store.
puzzle store is my favorite store. It's a
I
good
kind of
place
like
to
the
go.
puzzle/calendar store.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's good. I
I
meet
like
a lot
it
of
in there,
good
too.
people there. You can have a lot of open conversation at the puzzle store.
What kind of
What?
what puzzle
do you
conversations
mean?
are you having?
You don't talk to the people at the puzzle store? What do you mean?
God, no.
I wonder what the Venn diagram is of people who shop at the puzzle store and know what the Mall of America is.
It's just me.
It's, yeah, that's everyone except for you. You're the only person.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
What do you mean you talk to the people at the puzzle store?
Well, like, you just ask like what puzzles would be good if anyone's bought in the puzzle. You act like this is crazy. Am I crazy?
Put together any good puzzles lately?
Yes.
meet a lot of good people. In
You
there.
do.
I usually just get the puzzles
They're
and leave.
They're usually like mid to upper 50s women, and they all smell like soap, and it's beautiful. And it's me hanging out with them, and they always say they remind me of their grandson, and it's great.
Do they pinch your cheek?
So that's
No,
why
not
you go.
quite.
You just go to
the Cougars.
to
No,
co-op.
no.
Well, you're just going to co-op the grandma love.
Yes, true. I just didn't get enough love from my grandparents as a kid. That's what happened. Just trying to.
So you just hang around.
I'm
other
trying to
people and-
emulate the experience.
You're
That's what I'm
emulating,
trying to
emulating
do.
being a grandson.
So the last time you were at the puzzle store,
2 weeks ago.
okay.
Yep.
What recommendations did you get?
There was a 10,000 piece puzzle that a lady had said. I picked it up and was looking at it, and she's like, "That's too hard." And I said, "Okay." I was like, "Did you try it?" She was like, "I took it and couldn't finish it." I realized saying this without being in the puzzle store sounds ridiculous, but then I put it down. I was like, "Which do you recommend?" She was like, "There's a brand over here I like." So we walked across and we looked at different gatherings, and I bought one that was like an open pasture. It had a big red barn on the inside, and it had some horses in a field. And I bought it for my mom.
I had no idea
Sounds
puzzles
lovely.
were still a thing.
They're huge stores, John.
You
Huge,
can't emulate those. You can do
huge.
puzzle outside,
They have toys,
indoors.
puzzles, and calendars.
I had
Why
no
is it called
idea.
puzzles? That's the puzzle.
That's the puzzle.
It's more of a conundrum.
So that's the reason why these things are still in existence.
Mhm.
Is just to be the house for the puzzle.
See, now, would you rather go to the puzzle store or emulate Pokemon outside, John?
Question.
Go to the puzzle store.
Wow.
Why don't you
I
go
want
to the
I want
puzzle?
nothing to do with Pokemon
Why?
because
John, it's pretty cool.
no,
gonna-
it's
There's
not.
no
it's
way.
a freaking cartoon.
It's not cool.
No, it's
The
a
nice
video
thing-
game first, John.
It's a nice thing about the cartoons. We grew up with it. We watched them, and then we went and did something.
So, John, you're saying right now you don't want to take the What Pokemon Are You quiz?
We should do this. I'm curious. Let's find out what Pokemon John is,
Let's
Austin.
find out. Okay. Check
Is there
it
a,
out.
is there a Pokemon that wants to kill itself? Because that's what I
Most of the ghost
Hey,
types,
Jump in
actually.
the snow and die of
Hey,
frostbite.
where do you live? Pallet Town, Viridian City, Pewter City. What
What the
town?
hell are you
Just
speaking
answer the
French?
question,
I don't
John.
know.
I'm gonna say Lavender Town. You seem like a lavender kind
Lavender
of
Town's nice.
See, now I'm not even answering the quiz. You're answering.
Okay,
the
fine.
quiz.
I'll go back.
How many questions are there?
Looks like 4.
Can we speak about like real locations, like the Mall of America, for example? I know where that is.
Okay, what's closest to the Mall of America?
Lavender Town.
Lavender Town. It is.
Lavender Town.
Oh, Lavender Town has a casino in it. That's perfect. It's basically the Mall
Was
of America.
Lavender the town the one?
Wait a second. Do Pokemon people got casino?
Oh, yeah,
They have
John.
casinos?
Yeah.
What the hell are we doing in this state?
John, gambling
Don't
is
have it attached to a horse track.
gambling is very legal in the Pokemon universe. They're cool with it.
Hey, if you were a badge, would you be the rainbow badge or the relic, marsh, earth, soul, volcano, thunder,
What do you think, John?
boulder, cascade? Any of those?
These are all good badges.
They sound wonderful.
You got to get 8 of them to go to the Elite
Should
Four.
we go
John.
relic? Relic sound good?
Relic sounds good.
Okay.
Just because he's old.
Because I'm old.
Now we have to pick favorite game. He doesn't like any of these ones though.
What are they?
Red, blue, yellow, gold, black, diamond, ruby, omega, or
Those aren't
Pokemon
games,
No,
X.
those are colors.
John, pick Diamond because that region is based in the United States. You
Thanks.
like the U.S.
It's you just
Oh, here
need
you go.
colors and gemstones.
Here's one. Here's the best one for you. What's your best quality? Respectful, honest.
hating Pokemon.
Mm,
Not
You'd
an
be
option.
somebody would be in Team Rocket, am I right?
Yeah. Okay, so let's try this again. Respectful, honest, passionate, humble, focused, confident, brave, likable, or sexy. What's your best quality?
Yeah,
I wonder
John.
what chat has to say about this.
John's very brave.
Passionate. I'm not really that
Passionate. Okay. I would agree. You're probably pretty passionate. And what's your greatest weakness? This is the final question. Distant, selfish, perfectionist, impatient, unassertive, controlling, stubborn, always late, or pushy.
Read those again.
We're going to go backwards.
Stubborn.
Stubborn? Okay, that's
Just pick one.
bang. Stubborn.
Sure.
Let's see. What Pokemon are you? Oh, you're a Pikachu. Congratulations.
Oh, John, you're the
That's
most
the
popular
only one that
Pokemon.
anyone knows.
Exactly. I didn't know any of these people are. I think if you take that quiz, no matter what you answer, hey, you're a
Turns out
Pikachu.
you're a Pikachu.
Hey, a Pikachu. It's like taking a presidential quiz. Hey, I'm Lincoln. Oh man, I can't believe
Well,
it.
listen, you can always trust a BuzzFeed quiz. Those are
Yes,
100%
sure.
factual.
I think I could only name 2 Pokemon.
Oh, name
Let's
them.
hear it. Pikachu.
well, Pikachu.
Nice, good
Yeah.
move.
What's the other one?
Snorlax.
No.
Snorlax is a great poll.
Great pull.
Yeah.
I love
Snorlax.
Snorlax.
I thought you could get that at the Mall of America in the sleep store.
That's
Uh,
right. You laid back in the big
Guys, Happy New Year, by the way.
You think so?
Happy New Year.
Austin finds out what Mall of America is.
That's true.
We figure out what Pokemon John
Yeah.
is.
All right.
This is the year of our Savior.
Happy New Year it is.
Wow.
That means we get to relive this over Christmas, and people who, while they're shopping at the Mall of America, will
That's
listen
true.
and go,
They'll be listening to this on the
this
way.
idiot doesn't know where I'm at right now.
I hope there are people listening live right now at the Mall of America, getting their steps in. There you go. How dare I be ostracized like this?
I want to find out if there's anyone else on the face of the earth that know what the Mall of America is. That's what I want to find.
Not many.
This is
might
quite
be
exciting for me.
Austin's soulmate.
Maybe check
Oh,
in.
wait, hey, listen. Happily
got one.
dating.
He's got
Happily
one.
dating.
Yeah, Dr. Girlfriend.
Yeah, come on, John.
Wait,
Okay.
but you come from a long line of people who probably don't know what the Mall of America is. Do your parents know?
Well, they are from Custer County, so probably not. They still are getting
Can you
electricity.
text-
Wow, why are you
there.
throwing
Can you
people
text
from
your
Custer
parents?
County under the bus?
Well, it's not like they're listening. They don't have a way to do it.
Incredible.
we don't have them fancy things called computers.
Can you text one of your parents and ask them if they know about the Mall of America?
Yeah.
We got to find this out.
All right, we will find out. And that is the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Find out what other crazy things Austin doesn't know about over the next 3.5 hours. The Grom on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, hey, the weekend is done and a new week has begun, and there's so much to catch up on. I don't know if we'll have enough time today.
Whoa, we spent too much time learning about the Mall of America.
That's right. Well, we got to take care of the basics.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Do we have any more Pokemon quizzes we can give John?
No, we're not doing any more Pokemon
I felt like he did not appreciate that, so maybe we move on to a different type of topic, like sports.
Yeah.
Pokemon
That is what we do here.
battles are a sport within that world.
Gladiator battles, one might say.
You fight in a gym. You compete in the championship.
That's fair.
Anywho, welcome. Austin Jacobson filling in today for Josh. Can you put your slate back up
Yes.
there, Nick? Josh running the Boston Marathon today. And
Wearing them gooders.
but did you notice he is the smirk on his face?
Mm-hmm.
He's got his mouth closed. It looks like he's actually holding water in. He's about ready to spit on somebody, or he's trying to hide his garishly large teeth. I think he purposely took this picture, not smiling, open face, open mouth, so that we would make fun of his teeth. And instead, he is overcompensated and kind of looks like he's holding something back.
I don't know if this is a moment in time I want to knock down Josh just a peg, and I won't. I will take the high road and congratulate him on chasing 3 hours and getting
we're congratulating him on his accomplishment, but instead of I think he's now become so self-conscious of his smile.
Oh, is he not a full tooth smiler? Is that what he's
well,
nervous
not
about?
ever since he had to shave, and we discovered that his teeth were really, really large.
Oof, that's a tough realization.
The beard helps mask the teeth.
Yeah,
Mask the teeth. Bigger beard. I'll give him that. That's impressive.
But you would think, you run in the world's most famous marathon, you finish in less than 3 hours, that you'd be beaming, just like
right.
And instead, Josh is like holding. He's like,
and I read his article he posted.
But it's like something's trying to crawl out of his mouth. He's like, open, and he wouldn't do it.
I read his article, and all those photos, he did have a big beaming smile on his face.
Well, I think those were all taken before we started making him self-conscious about the large teeth.
You say we, but you really bring it up more.
We all brought it up.
I bring it up a little bit.
Oh, Nick, come on.
We all brought it.
I know.
It's not fun to point at people.
I know, but sometimes I get pointed at, and then it feels good to point at somebody else
It
because
does.
I got pointed at.
Hurt people, Nick.
It does.
Hurt people.
It's a cycle.
That is true.
But congratulations to
Go to Mall
Josh
of
for
America.
completing the marathon today. And we'll get his complete story next Monday.
Wow.
When he returns.
When
He's spending
I'm
the whole
not
week out?
here.
Yeah, he's spending a whole week.
Wow. Is that much recovery? Doesn't he run every day?
Well, no, it's not recovery. He's just taking time off out
Yeah.
there.
He's hanging out in Boston.
He wants to hang out with people, that talk like him.
That run like you do. Do you run the day after the Boston Marathon? Like, this is the peak. This is what he's been chasing, right? So does he go on a run tomorrow?
Probably not.
I know we don't have that mentality, but how would what would he do?
I mean,
I don't know.
I'm guessing, Patrick Mahomes doesn't practice football the day after the Super Bowl.
That would be fun. That would be good. Maybe he'll go for a walk. Just a nice little walk.
Nice jaunt.
Well,
Well, I know tomorrow
they're going to the baseball game.
Yeah, he's going to watch Boston and the Royals.
I don't remember. Mariners, I think.
Mariners. That's right.
Not a
Boston
local
and
game.
Mariners.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be fun, though, if you just go the complete opposite. You finish running the Boston Marathon, and then you go with, like, the mall scooter just right after. And you're just, like, zipping around Walmart, just seated the entire time.
Mall of America scooter.
I tell you, man, Boston could have used the Mall of America. They could have run the marathon at the Mall of America.
That'd be cool.
Just go up levels.
The Boston Mall-a-thon. Would have been
levels,
good.
Down
That is
levels.
good.
It was right there. Could have had it.
Well, the Grum Down is brought to you by the
Grum Down.
referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Did Heartbreak Hill claim Josh? No, he completed it.
Good job, Josh. We're
Congratulations,
proud of you.
Josh.
It's even the title of the stream. We're proud of you, Josh.
We are.
We are.
Has Matt Rule stumbled onto something?
Oh.
Was it?
A pot of gold.
Is it the Mall of America?
Yes.
He should recruit in the nation's hotbed of the Mall of America. That's where the greatest athletes are hanging out.
I guarantee you, many great athletes, if you would recruit only the athletes who have been through the Mall of America, you'd have a hell of a team.
I don't know about that, but maybe.
I bet most great athletes, especially those who, because you get people that go up there for,
I bet if you
basketball tournaments, things like that, and they got a day off. What are we going to do in Minneapolis? Let's go to the Mall of America.
If you pulled the 105-man roster of Nebraska football on August 31st, half of them don't know where the Mall of America is.
And that's why Nebraska has been suffering the last few years.
That's the reason?
Because if you poll the Alabama players of the last 20 years, oh, yeah, I've been to the Mall of America. I've been there 7 times.
Yeah, the Georgia players, I drive there all the time.
Yeah,
I
they
can
get there
there
in
and
a
back
jiffy.
in 5 hours.
Got there pretty quick.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic will join us in the 3 o'clock hour. How does Dylan compare to the other Big Ten quarterback situations? It's going to be an interesting year in the Big Ten in terms of quarterbacks. You got a few that have got returning quarterbacks like Nebraska. You have others who have probably a pretty good idea of what they have coming back. And then you have others who are like, oh, this is going to be an interesting fall, trying to figure out where everything's going. Where does a winning weekend of baseball put Creighton and Nebraska? Yes, both programs won this weekend.
Oh, congrats on one, Nebraska.
One probably needed the sweep a little more than the other, but still winning nonetheless.
They both really needed the sweep.
Yeah, they did. They did.
For different reasons.
Yes.
But yes, they both won, and that's the important thing. NBA playoffs, many blowouts. And the Dubs, we asked this last week, if they were the most dangerous 7 seed we've seen. They look legit.
They do. They always
look
look good.
legit.
And they don't look that old, which is kind of impressive.
Yeah, because, well, in a couple of key spots, they are old.
Right.
Old in basketball years.
Old.
Michael Severe Mondays, he'll be on with us in the happy hour.
Hey, Michael.
Are UCLA and Tennessee just going to swap quarterbacks?
That would be fun.
That'd be funny.
It could happen. And college football bids tied to TV ratings? Among many things that could be discussed this week down in Dallas, where they always seem to meet. And there's your Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. I got to say, yesterday, kudos to the Lord. Great job. Kudos to the big man
Thank
upstairs
you, the Lord.
for timing the weather just right.
Yeah, waking up, choosing a rainy day.
It was a nice, it wasn't a harsh rainy day, just a nice light rainy day. And you could just sit inside and kick back and relax and watch whatever it is you wanted to watch or do. Maybe put together a puzzle.
Yeah, there you go.
Or enjoy family for Easter.
Or enjoy
John.
family for Easter.
To be fair, alternatively, if the big guy upstairs decided, hey, you know what? Today's the day that I roll out the tomb, and he saw that it was the weather we had yesterday, I think I would just go back to bed. Be like, that's a tomorrow problem. I'm not going to worry about it today.
That's a good question. What was the weather like on the day that Jesus was resurrected?
That is a good question.
I'm guessing it was a nice sunny day.
Yeah.
Because if you looked at it,
listen,
I don't want to go in there.
If you have control of the day you get to be resurrected, I'm picking 65 and sunny. Light winds. I'm not going to do anything,
I want it to be nice when I come back.
Yeah. Maybe a light dew in the morning. You can get people woke up with a sweet scent of a rain that came overnight.
Nope.
Then you can roll out the tomb, feel good. Surprise some folks.
What's up, guys? I'm back.
And they go, what a beautiful day to come back.
Yeah.
You're right. Thank you.
It was so nice, though, to be able to just relax. There was, all the local sports were off for the most part, right? Because softball was done, baseball was done, and we could just kick back.
Yeah,
it was a nice, relaxing day at home,
and it was a casual golf day too. On the TV, I should say. There was I did watch.
There was a golf tournament.
Yep, I did watch part of it. Siwoo Kim, I think, was in the lead the entire day, and then fell off at the end. Justin Thomas, I think, came through and won. Something like that. So
interesting.
But it was perfect because like you get the Masters and then you take the next week and you're like, I'm just going to ease off, ease back a little bit, be good.
I had 3 Easters to go to an hour and a half away.
That's tough.
Yesterday.
Wait, you went to 3 Easters?
Yeah.
Wow.
My dad's side of the family. We usually do one with one side of the family, but for reasons of family drama beyond me that I don't know.
Yes.
It kind of got split into 2 separate ones. I don't know why. So I did the 2 on my dad's side and the one that my mom does.
Interesting.
It was a weird experience. It
That
was
is
a weird vibe yesterday.
Yeah. We had a fast-paced Easter because Saturday my mom came back from visiting my brother in Alaska. So we did something here in town, just went out to eat, and then we drove down to Dr. Girlfriend's hometown and was there through basically 6 p.m. Saturday until like 2 p.m. Sunday because she had to get back for work. She's on overnights this week. So we're a split household this week. She gets the dog during the day. I get the dog at night.
Nice.
It's tough.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah.
Easter's interesting because not everyone, usually for Christmas, everyone gets together, but Easter's kind of hit or miss.
I don't feel like you get the days off you used to on Easter. Maybe that's more of like a kid thing.
Well, that was a kid thing because you always got the Friday and the Monday off.
Yep. But
Kudos
even in
to the
college,
kids.
I remember my first year of college, I went to school and I was like, oh, Easter weekend, I could go back home. But then you look at it and you're like, I don't have any days off. And, you still got class on Monday.
Yeah.
You got class till Friday afternoon. You don't get any of that extra time off. Now, some schools, good Jesuit programs, would give you Friday off, but others may not. So you do have to consider that when you're picking your college choices.
That's true. You want the extra day off? Pick a Jesuit school, or pick a Catholic school, or pick a religious school.
Or go to a community college
those
and set
heathen
it up so you
public
only have 2
schools.
classes a day.
Or
Nice.
that too.
That's what I did.
Education.
Aaron in Papillion wants to know, where is Dr. Girlfriend from? Answer, Mall of America.
She is not. She is not. I am terrified to text her if she knows the Mall of America because I'm concerned that I'll be made a fool at
You
home.
are on an island here.
Yeah.
You are on an island. It is you and Tom Hanks.
Ooh.
And Tom Hanks already got on the raft and is headed back to
It's pretty tough.
Memphis. I mean, I have never known anyone not to know what the Mall of America is.
Well, now you've met one.
I have.
Yeah.
I feel like
There's one of us everywhere. You've seen the light.
There's dozens of us.
There are many of us.
I should start a support group, the Mall of America, like doubters or whatever. I'll make my own flat Earth group. It's the We Don't Believe the Mall of America is Real.
Oh.
That'd be perfect.
Yeah.
I could buy into that. Although I did see the photos of it. Looks very cool. May have to go.
Go. It's 5 hours away.
You may have
Nobody's
to go.
stopping
I'm
you.
doing the Grum right now. I can't go.
Can't go now.
Yes.
You wouldn't make it there until
If I left now,
dinner time.
I could do
late
it-
dinner
I
time.
Then you could go to Rainforest Cafe.
boom.
That's true.
But then I could also be there for Tuesday, get the full experience, come back, host the Connor Happer Show on Wednesday.
There you go.
And then a full report.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you would like to give us a full report of whatever it is you did this weekend or any comments on the Grum whatsoever, 402-951-1620. That's the hotline. It's the Mall of America hotline today.
Incredible.
I don't think they're sponsoring that.
Well, they are now. Because obviously they need more saturation in the market. Not everyone knows about them.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, honestly, the Mall of America marketing has clearly not hit like they should have. I need a press conference. I need someone to come out and be like, we are shocked to learn that someone did not know
about us. You can hit us up in the JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620 or the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally. And answer the phone on the first ring.
First ring.
When we come back, did Matt Rule maybe stumble into something as we're now in Husker games week?
I know.
I
Who would have
think there
thought?
are
We're
more-
finally here.
I think there are more Nebraskans that know about the Mall of America than know that the spring game is not actually the spring game this year. It's called the Husker Games.
The schedule
But they
has
are
come out.
But the schedule has come out, and they are doing a spring scrimmage,
Yeah, that was news.
just not with everybody.
Could you also imagine just being a random staffer like a couple Saturdays ago and you're like, oh man, that Husker games weekend, it's not going to be as crazy as it used to be.
And now,
And then Matt Rule goes up and he just says, you know what? I haven't talked to anybody about this, but I decided we all have to work again.
scatterbrained.
Tough.
He's
I think it's for a good cause, though. And
It-
I know we'll talk about it.
It's
I know
for a
we'll
good
talk about
cause,
it. Yeah.
and it may have stumbled on a good idea.
Yes. Yep.
It
I
may
agree.
have stumbled on a good idea. So we'll have that and continue. Austin Jacobson's in today for Josh. I'm John. He's Nick. We'll be back 1620 The Zone.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for the 8-time league champion Omaha Storm Chasers, a proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals since 1969. Tune in.
Don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Mo Money giveaway. That's Mo as in M-O-W, not Mo as in a contraction of the word more.
Like a lawnmower. Whoever came up with the name of this promotion, very smart and very handsome.
Ooh. What a mystery that could be.
Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com with Souls, Jewelry, and Loan and 1620 The Zone.
I don't work here, so I can do it.
Nope.
Perfect. Oh, I'm disqualified now?
I think you are.
Not allowed. You can't emulate this.
There's also that you must also know where the Mall of America is.
You got to read the fine print.
I hate the fine print. I don't have good eyesight.
The fine print always gets you somewhere.
I'm nearsighted. It doesn't help me.
So we know what the schedule is for the Husker games. And here we go, 1:00. Midland versus UNL All-Stars women's flag football 7-on-7.
Whoa. Huge. Now, I will say this. At least the man backs up his word, because Rule's putting this together, and he said that he wants to see these flag sports for women like grow and stuff.
Sure.
So this is one way to do it. I like it. I'll give him props there.
And then at 2:00, it's the Big Red Kickoff featuring specialist competitions.
Ooh.
But they won't have a punter.
Not the punter that they want.
Or at least not the punter that they originally wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Then there will be the first quarter of the scrimmage. Then there will be a strongest man competition. I don't know how this is going to work. Is this just simple like bench pressing? Is it rock climbing?
It better not be rock climbing.
Keep rock climbing.
We'll have to wait and see. Maybe it's a tug of war. I'm not
Winner
sure.
gets a vat of Mountain Dew.
That'll
Code
be
red.
in between the quarters of the scrimmage, then the second quarter of the scrimmage, then the quarterback shootout.
I don't want to see any of my quarterbacks get shot.
I don't either. Then it's halftime, featuring the John Cook roping roundup.
Now, how is this going to work? You can't have
John Cook roping roundup.
You can't have live animals at Memorial Stadium.
This sounds a little bit like Uncle Baby's Bible Punk.
I can't wait. Nate Rohr's
John
going to
Cook
have
roping roundup.
Nate Rohr's going to have a field day as the PA out there, isn't he? And now we've got John Cook, the roping roundup.
That's
coming
true. Then after the John Cook roping roundup, it's the third quarter of the scrimmage.
The JCRRU, as the kids are saying.
Yeah. The Husker Hands Agility and Skills Showdown.
I'm sure that won't make anyone look bad, and no one will have any takes about receivers that don't catch the ball. That will go over well.
Yeah.
Come on, John. Everyone always catches the ball in a skills drill.
Then it's Media Challenge. What is Media Challenge?
You have to answer questions from a panel of experts. Sam McEwen, Mitch Sherman, and who's the other one? Brian Christopherson. We'll throw those guys in.
Yeah.
You have to answer questions without getting yourself in trouble and without giving a headline to the three main beat writers of Nebraska football.
And then it's up to the rest
Real
of the media
minefield.
to spin it in such a way where I didn't mean to say it that way.
Exactly.
Then it's the fourth quarter of the scrimmage, followed by the fastest man, and then a wing eating contest.
Boneless or traditional?
They're picking this over the demo derby?
Yes, they've picked this over the demo derby.
They better do traditional wings. I'm just saying.
Well, it's not a contest if you're just eating chicken poppers.
That's true.
Well, it could still be a wing eating contest, though.
They're not wings.
I agree.
Now, to bring this to a more serious tone, has Matt Rule stumbled onto something here?
What way?
If you missed it last week, Matt Rule announced that he is going to allow those people who are at the tail end of the roster to play a scrimmage. He said, these guys have given us their all. They've done the mat drills. They've worked for us. They're in an unfair position. We've got to cut a bunch of guys. They deserve a chance to put something on tape. So it will be those players, but you'll see a mix of maybe some second teamers, certainly some third and fourth teamers. It's basically the back 60 or 70 players on the roster, right? Because he said,
I don't know if the number's that big.
Well, if there's 130 guys on the team.
Good point.
And he says, what is it? I think the number he quoted was like we have a 53-man roster and then we have another 55-man roster. So if you just do the simple math, let's just make it 60.
Yeah.
That would leave 70 left for the scrimmage.
Right.
But there is the possibility, and Matt Rule alluded to this, that in future years, when we have the 105 limit, the 105 limit only takes effect when the season starts. But that maybe in future years, you could invite more people into the program, have 120, 125, 130 guys invited for spring ball, and essentially have this tryout bowl concept every year where, your front team, your first team guys, maybe your main rotational guys aren't going to play. But the guys who are the third team, the fourth team, and anyone beyond that will play. I'm just calling it the tryout bowl because that's the first thing that came to my mind. But that's what it becomes. And this now becomes the new spring game.
Yeah. I feel like this is maybe, like you said, stumbled into it is probably the right way to do it.
Right. Now, but he says he's doing this now because he wants to give these kids a chance to put stuff on tape for their next team, whoever that team might be.
But there's nothing to say that John Smith from Mullen, who goes to UNL as a freshman, once the season wraps up, he goes, you know what? I think I'm a pretty good football player myself. I'd love to get a team-issued backpack. I'll go join the team. And in the spring, then he gets to wear the scarlet N on the side of the helmet, and he gets to be in this practice because, like you said, there's no rule that says that he can't. As long as the team has enough team-issued equipment to put him out there for a tackle football scrimmage, everyone can go out and participate. I think it's actually a great way to invite talent in and keep competition high as well.
I mean, I'd be surprised if once Nebraska hits the 105, that's going to be it. Because you're going to have players coming and going. And certainly there's going to be those where, and maybe it won't be 120 guys. Maybe it won't be 130 guys. But it'll certainly be more than 105. Where you can use the spring not only as an opportunity as the team to get better and to, work in whatever new systems that you might be having because you might have a new coach coming in or you've got new players coming in all the time. But you're not just going to keep 105 guys, I would anticipate, all the time. And
you'd be faulted for doing it. You're just inviting injury, and you're just inviting to be at 104, 103, 102.
Exactly.
You'd always be in a surplus. Yeah,
exactly. So, in a lot of ways, it's similar to NFL preseason.
Yeah.
NFL teams bring in 80, 90 guys at the beginning of camp, and then, of course, it gets all whittled down in the roster cuts before the season starts. Same thing will happen here. It may not be to the same percentage where you're almost doubling the 53-man roster, but you bring in a few extra guys, and maybe this becomes the new thing in the spring. I'm not saying it's going to be more attractive than what the spring game used to be, but I'm genuinely curious to see how this scrimmage goes on Saturday, because you'll have guys out there, if they're taking it as earnestly as Matt Rule is describing it, as, hey, this is your chance. We're putting the ball down on the field. We're letting you play. You're going to get some tape. You can take it to your next team. If these people are taking it in that way, there's going to be effort out there. There's not going to be anything half-assed out there.
And I think that this is a great opportunity, too, for Rule to implement his ability of what he had said from the beginning, that you want to be a developmental program. You want to do all this stuff. The long shots, we will see 3 out of 4 years in this type of format if it continues, right? The guys that they were like, we know he's a great athlete. We got to make him a football player. Those guys are player number 89 and player number 95 and player 104. I think this is also a really good opportunity, too, for Nebraska being the program that it is, in the region in which it is, surrounded by smaller schools, specifically in Division II. I think that they're going to take a lot of flyers on guys to transfer up and be like, listen, you balled out at Central Oklahoma. You were a great player at Northwest Missouri State. Oh, you were fantastic at Northwestern College. These guys can come in, be able to participate in spring practices, compete for not a starting job, but compete for a job in which they were like, we weren't going to get these views or these eyes anywhere else if I stayed in Edmond, Oklahoma. And now they're able to come back here, compete, and whatever happens, happens. And if you don't get that Division I offer because your tape wasn't good enough, because you weren't good enough to land at Nebraska, you then get to transfer back, and you were likely welcome back home because you're still probably one of the better players in whatever roster.
So you're suggesting it could be something where there might be guys who see themselves going up. Now, I guess the disadvantage there would be if you're the original program. Let's say you're the kid coming from Northwest Missouri State. You're like, well, wait a minute, you're leaving, and then you're going to go up there, and then we're going to bring you back.
Listen. I know what you're saying. Program mentality, all that sort of stuff. But at this point, we're in a new world of college football.
We are.
At what point would the program like Northwest Missouri State, who's had a lot of success and whatnot, they're a Division II school, they would have to understand that kid's just trying to get as far in his football career as he can go. We should welcome him back because if he wants to come back, he helps our team either way. Fair. So he's helping himself out. And if he comes back to us, great. We're still good for it too. You can build yourself as a feeder program, which I know no one wants to be. But if you give these kids a chance to come in for 6 months, practice, be a part of the program, do all this sort of stuff, you can actually build yourself for these long shot opportunities. I mean, you mentioned like the Hard Knocks and the different stuff. The best stories in those are the kids that go as far as they can and get cut on the last day. That's what this is building. It's building storylines for someone to say, hey, I watched so-and-so from Burwell rush for 200 yards in the 4 quarters of a spring game that didn't count. And now I get to hope that he makes the 105-man roster. And when he gets cut on August 28th, I'm going to be devastated. But it would definitely, it builds more interest and intrigue in your program. Give them a reason to not want your player on
now,
there.
the thing that complicates a little bit of this is, and it's easy to lose sight of this, they're still going to school.
Yes.
So
true. Yeah, you're right.
So
you're
if the sophomore running back who fancies himself a Division I player from Northwest Missouri State transfers up to Lincoln for a semester and tries out in the spring, he does have to turn back around and transfer back to wherever. But it doesn't seem like transferring from one school to the other based on academics has been a big problem these days.
No.
I mean, there were over 10,000 football players in the transfer portal in just this period.
Yeah. I just think, and maybe that's a bit of a long shot in the way I explained it, but I think it gives coaches more opportunity to take flyers on guys like that.
Right.
Because what do you lose if you're Rule? You say, okay, good. We got a guy that caught 1,200 yards of receiving yards from wherever in the MIAA, and he gets to come up here, compete with our guys. Maybe we learn a thing or two. We get to see what talent he is. If he's not good enough for us, he doesn't make the team. Your hands are washed clean of it because that's the process. You don't lose anything from it.
And certainly there's the possibility maybe you could partner with a junior college program. And because I do think one thing that's going to happen, if it doesn't happen next year, it's going to happen in 2 years, is the ability to scrimmage others' teams.
Yes.
What Colorado and Syracuse were trying to do, I think that's a distinct possibility.
Mm-hmm.
But who's to say maybe a program that fancies itself a developmental program like a Nebraska will partner with Iowa West, partner with some junior college, bring them in, and it becomes, you're working together, but you're also giving a chance to play a spring game. And who knows, maybe those guys that you really like, you watched them through 15 practices, you watch them in the spring game, and all of a sudden it's like, that guy could be one of ours.
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't have the issue of transferring back and forth from one school to the other because the kids are still going to school at Iowa Western. They're just coming to Lincoln for spring practice.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be the whole practice. It doesn't have to be all 14, 15 practices. They could agree to do maybe 6 of them and then do the scrimmage at the end. And that could be one way where all of a sudden that's an opportunity for those guys to maybe move up. And if it doesn't work out, well, then they stay at Iowa Western for another year.
Yep.
Or because of the tape they put out there, maybe they're transferring in the summer to another 4-year school.
Yeah, I think it would be great to see a team like Nebraska practice against another program. I'd actually invite that more. And one of the last times that I was on, I said that to Josh too, that intrigues me more about being able to regionalize that as much as you can, because I had even pitched the idea of Nebraska every year should just go play an old Big 12 rival. They should go down to Manhattan, Kansas. They shouldn't be hosting it in Lincoln. Just get 75% of the ticket hosted in K-State and just go down there and dominate the day, fill the stadium with red, and have a bunch of both of your fan bases be able to watch you guys participate and practice against each other. You get great reps against it. It doesn't have to be televised. It's only a live event, all that good stuff. I think it'd be great.
402-951-1620. Here's Steve, who is not there.
Bye, Steve.
I mean, there's obviously there's a lot to do. You probably, and I know the portal's going to get moved around. The portal window has to get moved around.
So which window do you want to see? Would you rather keep the spring or do you want the fall?
I don't have a problem with 2 different portal windows. I think the portal window should also kind of match the semesters. You have one in December when the first semester's over. And I know not every school has semesters, some have quarters. But then you do the other one in May or June, and you work it out that way. Now, I know that there's the issue of the playoff teams. So maybe it's just one portal window.
And
maybe it's just one big portal window, and it's in the late spring, early summer, let's say after May, after graduation.
Yeah. But then, John, what about when I get cut from the roster and I don't have a place to go? You open that up when you're September 1st and you're not on a college football program? Are you allowed just to be a free agent from there?
I guess.
Do you get to go? I mean, then that's the question, because when you do that one portal, I agree with you. I think that there should be one portal in the spring, and it goes until June 1, May 1 to June 1. You got this 30-day window to be able to go somewhere.
Right.
But then if you're cut, I think it should be free game that you get to say, listen, I'm good to go wherever I need to go, wherever my academics can let me go. But there's no way. I mean, obviously, they've figured it out for years that colleges allow you to be able to get in and get your academics all straightened out just so you can play a sport. But nonetheless, should you be allowed if you don't make a team? If Tennessee cuts a guy at their 106 spot and South Alabama wants that same player because he's a better player than what we have, how does that work? Do they have to keep a roster spot open and invite this guy down, or then does the transaction then go back another step? And how does that continue?
I really don't know.
Fervor? It keeps rolling on.
And that's the issue, is you don't have a whole lot of structure here, right? I mean, we're going to be instituting roster limits similar to what we have in all professional sports, but the ability for players to just leave willy-nilly and sign wherever they want to go, that's not something that exists in pro sports.
Yeah.
And so the management of all of this is extremely difficult, and it's constantly fluid.
I think that there is something to that rule. I'd said either this press conference we were talking about where he had announced everything, or the one before it, but he said it kind of in passing, and I don't think it really got brought up as much as it should, is that there are guys on the roster right now that if they get told they're not on the team, they're done playing football. They're going to stay at UNL. They're just going to be Huskers, and they're like, my time was good. I came here to do that. Didn't make it on the team. I'm fine with that. And I think that that's a little bit underrated, because that's the uniqueness of Nebraska in this circumstance comparative to a lot of other places. There are more people on Nebraska's roster across the entirety of college football that are probably on that roster just because they grew up in the state and because they were like, I've been given a chance to wear the N and I'm going to try to go out and do it. Not a lot of other kids are going to be in their hometown state and just say, I'm good to just stay in school after being cut from the team. I think everyone else is going to be looking for other opportunities.
I do wonder if some of that is dying a little bit. I'm not saying you're wrong, but because there's always been through that walk-on program, but I do wonder once this all kicks in that you're not going to have, because you won't have really a walk-on program anymore. There won't be that element of, hey, I want to be Rudy. I want to go out there and do this, because now it's starting to look a lot more like a professional organization,
right? Where,
the Vince Papali's, the guy from, what was the name of the movie?
Mark Wahlberg, Invincible.
Yeah. Those are so rare, so rare. You see a lot more. You used to see a lot more of it in college sports. Now, because of the 105 limit, and there's really not really walk-ons anymore, you wonder if those types of stories are just going to evaporate.
Yeah, and I mean,
that dream will evaporate.
Why I always have been so a big proponent of they have to get this practice team figured out, because I think it's the most crucial part that it's completely forgotten on the roster limits and everything.
Sure.
If you can get a 30-man roster and you have 135 people on your program, these 30 guys are designated only as practice. They can be elevated and brought up. I think it's a completely unfair advantage for some teams that don't get injury riddled and get to the college football playoff, and they stick to 102 men on their roster all the way through. And rules said it 100 times over, but if you're going to win a national championship, you're going to compete in the college football playoff, you have to have a roster built to survive 15 games of a season in college football. Oh, there's so many injuries that happen. I mean, Nebraska's quarterback...
You don't get through seasons without injuries.
Nebraska's starting quarterback played all 12 games for the first time in God knows how long.
A long time.
A very long time. And he almost didn't do it because he was out for one game. If you don't have the ability to infuse from your own program in the middle of a season, talent that is already placed into your program, you're at a significant disadvantage.
I would love to see a walk-on practice roster.
I think so too. Because there's no way that the NCAA could argue that that is such a talent discrepancy between Ohio State and the lowest group of 5 program that these 30 kids are going to make the difference.
You regulate it to where, hey, these guys are walk-ons.
Yeah.
Where they're not getting anything.
They're practice kids.
They're practice kids. That's what they do.
You can put the flyer on campus. You could do like what the women's basketball teams do and just say, hey, we need 15 kids to come in and run drills. That's what we need.
But as far as we know, nothing like that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But it certainly would make a whole lot of sense. And it would make an idea like this, where maybe the spring scrimmage becomes like a tryout bowl, maybe more likely.
Yeah.
But
I still think you're going to get some people that are going to be in love, whether they're in the media booth or whether they're in the stadium. They're going to be watching and they're going to fall in love with someone who breaks off a big run or gets an interception. And make no bones about it, the big plays and the fans are going to fall in love with the specialists and the skill players. I think the real film will be the offensive and defensive line.
Yes.
Those are the guys that Rule, I think, is really working towards, that he's trying to give those extra opportunities to.
I would agree. It's almost, I can't believe I'm saying this. I can't believe I'm going to say this.
Say it.
I almost wish that this were on television so I could see it.
Oh.
Because there's not even a radio broadcast, is there? I don't think that there is. I haven't seen anything.
I don't think so, but because, and you might say, well, why don't you just go? I can't. We have baseball this weekend.
Right.
Baseball.
So I couldn't go even if I wanted to. But it is kind of, because I'm very curious to see how this plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Because these guys may be playing for another position at another school somewhere else down the line.
And then how is it going to be set up too? Like, are you going, like, are we watching? You keep calling it the trial bowl, but are there going to be situations where it's 2 kids that have been told Friday night, you guys aren't on the team.
Right.
This is for you to get film.
Mhm.
Both of you are going against each other, guard against nose tackle. Good luck. This is both of you to get some film.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And Matt Rule's going to have one more press availability. It'll be tomorrow, and I'm sure a lot of things have been talked about in the last, what's it been, 72-ish hours, more than that.
Oh, by the way, the Husker games are on the Husker Radio Network.
Okay. But the idea of how this is all going to work out, I guarantee you there are still some things trying to be ironed out right now.
Well, yeah, when didn't he say that he was like, yeah, just me and Troy kind of talked about it.
We're the only ones.
They don't even have concession stands to figure out.
They don't.
Oh no, how is anyone going to have the house pizza?
Or the beer.
Well, I thought they were having food trucks and
that's right. I forgot about the food
I
trucks.
I think they were doing that part.
I don't like the format of this. I like the idea better of them just kind of doing the game, like treating it like a music festival where the game is happening over here, but then over here is the goat roping or whatever. And then over here
like a county fair. You just wanted to be a county fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it as more of like a festival, not this.
Well, everyone is going to be so locked in on the football for the first quarter, and then they're going to realize that they've never seen or heard of these players before, and they're going to tune out of the football, and then they're going to get on their phones and see all the people that they follow talking about how great this one X player played and whatnot, and this guy's a standout performer and all that sort of stuff.
Problem is, though, with that is you don't get the total visual because, and this is something we can talk about with Mitch Sherman here in a little while, I wonder how much of this is also motivated by the fact of they don't want to have the same picture that we got from Alabama last week.
Yeah.
Where the crowd was down dramatically from one season to the next.
Mm-hmm.
If you do the festival type format like you're talking about, people are just going to be wandering around everywhere. And
well, then don't host it in Memorial Stadium.
Yeah.
You can't put it in there.
No.
But then if you want fans, you want that ticket.
They want the fans.
Got to put it in Memorial Stadium.
They want the fans. All right, we'll be back. Jay's got a sweep. Huskers rally to get a series win, the latest on the local nines. And the aforementioned Mitch Sherman will be joining us shortly. John Bishop, Austin Jacobson here with you on this Monday on 1620 The Zone. Hey, we've got $50 vouchers to Exarban Cinema and ACX Cinema 12.
Oh,
On the Zone deal this week. This is your concession vouchers. We've been doing this for the last few weeks.
Sean, you're making the mic do weird things.
This is weird. This is due. Exarban Cinema, ACX Cinema 12, $50 concession vouchers you can get for half price this Friday at 9 a.m. Also, we are giving away these $50 vouchers later this week.
Nice.
Oh,
I have no idea how we're doing it yet.
we'll figure it out.
Go watch Sinners. Best movie of the year. Saw it on Sunday. Best.
Sinners?
Sinners is fantastic.
Will that help you win the $50 voucher to Exarban Cinema?
When did you
and
see
ACX
it?
Cinema
When
12?
did you see Sinners?
Sunday night.
Wow,
Last night.
the
Sorry.
Lord's Day.
Indeed.
On Easter,
Mhm.
you watched a movie called Sinners.
I did, yes. Well, I mean, he had already been risen for like a couple hours, so he's good. Just right back at it, you know.
Speaking of risen,
Oh,
Creighton and Nebraska baseball are back. They have resurrected their chances of getting into their respective conference tournaments
Congrats,
Nice.
with
baseball.
wins this weekend.
I love baseball.
Huge.
The Jays sweeping previously first place St. John's. They have elevated themselves above the cut line.
Hold on. Where could they be?
Creighton is now tied for third.
In baseball?
But with win percentage, they're all tied.
Right.
But because they've played 3 fewer games than Xavier and UConn, technically they're in
Oh,
third place.
look at Xavier at the top there. Friend of the slice. Slice of college baseball. I talked about them a few weeks ago.
Yes, you did.
They're scrappy. They're good.
Go Zaves.
But the Blue Jays with 2 4-3 victories. Sunday, sorry,
2
I say
4-3.
Sunday. It's the third game of the series.
Yeah,
It was Saturday.
Yep.
One of the better played games of the year, mainly because nobody was getting walked. Thank God.
Yeah.
How many pitching
There's-
changes were there?
There were a few, but not.
Thursday to Friday was a bit of a struggle and a stretch.
Yes.
That was they were trying to beat the Storm, and the pitchers could not beat the Storm.
They could
No,
not beat
They
the
could
Storm.
not beat the Storm.
But Creighton getting the 3-game sweep. Now they've moved themselves into position where you're not worried as much about making the conference tournament as it is now you're in position, especially when you look at the rest of the schedule. They've got Villanova this weekend. Villanova is right now the Big East is basically separated into 2 divisions.
Mhm.
The 5 teams that have a chance to be a part of the Final Four, and then the 3 teams at the bottom of the standings, Butler, Seton Hall, and Georgetown. If the Jays could take care of business this week against Villanova, you're probably not worrying about the conference making the conference tournament, which the Jays famously haven't done in the last 2 years. They've now put themselves in a position to talk about the regular season championship.
Mhm.
They've already got a series win on St. John's. They've already got a series win against UConn. The only team in the upper half that they haven't played yet is Xavier, and that will be in a couple of weeks. That'll be, in fact, the last home series in May. So the other 3 teams that they're playing, Villanova, Butler, Georgetown, all behind them in the standings. There's now a real opportunity that Creighton has to maybe send Ed Service out with a regular season championship.
But then again, you talk about, obviously it's an important conference weekend coming up, but how much importance do you have to put in these 2 weekday games that are coming up Tuesday, Wednesday? I mean, you obviously don't want to fall flat on your face.
No.
You want to win,
Yeah.
but in retrospect, when you're looking at the balance of things and time is not on your side and the remaining stretch of the schedule, Big East 3 games at the end of the week are pretty important comparative to the Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, certainly. Certainly they are. Now, that said, they're still going to pitch who they're going to pitch.
Right.
The crazy thing this year about the Blue Jays is they in a lot of years, they've had one go-to guy that was always the Friday guy.
Mhm.
And the really good teams had a Friday and a Saturday guy and probably a third option on Sunday that they felt decent about. This year's team, it's kind of all over the map.
Mhm.
I mean, you've got guys who are assigned to pitching on the weekends, but you really don't have that lockdown Friday night starter. And so really, they have been piecing together the pitching plan all season long. And so far, it has worked for the most part.
And I've been pretty impressed with Langrel too, especially recently, because
Yes.
they had that I was there for it. It was a dud of a loss against North Dakota State. That I think it was a Tuesday night a couple of weeks ago.
It was a week left,
and
2 weeks ago Tuesday.
And it was coming off like the Nebraska win. You could tell that they were like pretty pumped up, that they came in, they got the lead back. It felt like they were pretty secure, and it just leaked out at the very end. Lingrel was on. He took that loss. But since then, I feel like everyone on the staff has just kind of figured it out, and they've kind of got their own little boost of their own confidence that goes into every single time they get out there.
Yeah.
Thursday notwithstanding in that St. John's game again, because that was just an order of chaos from both sides. But nonetheless, I thought this past weekend too, not only to win the way they did with pretty much every excuse written in the book for you to drop that Thursday to Friday game against St. John's, when you had the ability to kind of look at it and be like, well, I mean, St. John's, like, we took a lead. If St. John's takes it over then on Friday, and then, we drop that one, oh, well, we'll just, recoup and recover for the second game Friday, and then we'll try to recover and get it all ready for Saturday. No, just come out and just win it all. Just take care of business and have a good weekend at home before you get, I guess, a mini break with Easter Monday, and then you just take Tuesday, Wednesday, and now you're on a grind. This is that, and I mentioned the midweek games early, but it does feel a bit like Creighton rides that wave just enough where if you don't have good days or Tuesday, Wednesday, I would be a little worried getting into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, even though it's at home and it's important. You got to have some confidence going into those. So if Tuesday's not good, Wednesday better be good.
Which is funny because 2 weekends ago, they lost at Seton Hall, a team that's behind them in the standings. Then they lose the Tuesday game to Nebraska. First time they've lost to Nebraska since 2023. And so they were they were on a short week because they only had a 1-day turnaround. And so and then falling behind 4-0 in the first game on Thursday, it felt like, oh crap, this is where things start to unravel. But then they have the big 5-run, was it the 5-run 7th inning or 6th inning? And then it just took off from there.
That really was the turning point. I mean, truthfully, if you look, if the season continues in the trend at which it is going now, that St. John's middle inning is going to be one to remember, where you can point at it and you can just go, I mean, look at how everything turned, trajectory difference right then and there.
Take a quick break, come back, and we'll get to the Nebraska side of the ledger, because that was another series where after Friday you thought, here they go again. And yet they pulled the nose up, and now we'll see where this heads. We will have that and more as we continue. Also, Mitch Sherman will be coming up in just a few. John and Austin with you this afternoon. Josh is in Boston, where he did complete the marathon today and did it in 2 hours and 58 minutes.
Hell yes, Josh.
Chased 3, caught it.
He did. He did catch it. And if, just as Josh was a good guy, getting through that marathon, completing his training, you can be a good guy too. No, you don't have to run 26.2 miles to do it, but all you have to do is check that box on the back of your driving, hunting, or fishing license and be an organ and tissue donor. Did you know that healthy donors can save up to 8 lives through organ donation? That's hearts, lungs, livers, kidneys, pancreas, small intestine, and others. Or you can impact dozens of others positively through tissue donation, bone grafts that can help replace damage caused by traumatic injuries or cancer, skin grafts for burn victims or those who need reconstructive surgery after having breast cancer, corneas to restore the gift of sight, even tendons to heal sports injuries like ACL tears. All of this is possible, and all it takes is the selfless act of checking that donor registry box. Or visit goodguysavelives.com. Goodguysavelives.com can tell you so much more about how you can be an organ and tissue donor, and don't worry about age or health status. Any age, any health status, you can be a donor. So next time you renew that license, check that donor registration box or visit goodguysavelives.com. Be a good guy today. Be an organ and tissue donor. Visit goodguysavelives.com. Welcome back. John Bishop, Austin Jacobson with you this afternoon. So we got done with the last segment. We talked about the Blue Jays and what they did over the weekend in Nebraska. In the words of the head coach, I was just getting home from the Creighton game on Friday, and I caught the end of the Nebraska game. And when Will Bolt, in his post-game radio interview, said, and I'm paraphrasing, "We lost the toughness battle."
That's exactly how he said it too. Yes.
We lost
Correct.
the toughness battle. They were tougher. You thought, oh boy, we're going through this again. Nebraska losing to Northwestern, late rally by the Wildcats, win it in the ninth. And you're thinking, all right, well, this isn't good, because then you go into the next day and they had already scheduled the doubleheader. They were going to play Sunday, but then they realized weather's going to be rainy, so let's just play 2 on Saturday and get it done with. After losing on Friday, the first thought is they're going to drop this series.
Absolutely.
Because it is hard to sweep a doubleheader. Doesn't matter who you're playing.
Yep.
It's just hard to sweep a doubleheader because you kind of manage the first game a little bit differently. You're selling out to win that one, and then all of a sudden you might be short on an arm or two for the next game, and it can really mess with things. And baseball is a sport where it's really about who you're throwing on the mound. You know, momentum's only as good as the next day's starting pitcher.
Yep.
Well, in the case of, a doubleheader, you can wallop someone, as Nebraska did in the first game.
14-4.
But all it takes is, if Northwestern's throwing a better arm in the next game, you're kind of screwed. So you probably went to bed on Friday night, if you're a Husker fan, thinking they're going to drop another series to one of these bad Big Ten teams.
Also, the way they lost it too. I mean, how many home runs were in that contest? It was ridiculous. It was crazy. I was at Topgolf with my dad because he was in town. I had one earbud in listening to it, and it just felt like it never ended. Like it was just like one bomb after another, just kept going. And we talked about like the Creighton up and down. Nebraska's roller coaster season has to have everybody so nauseous on that roller coaster ride because it's every day. It's every game. And it's even in that first Friday loss, because I told my dad walking out, we were leaving, the game was going final, and I told him, I was like, they're not going to win a game this weekend. There's no way that they overcome this. And lo and behold, when I looked at my phone the next day and you see 14-4, you're like, okay, where did this one come from? And then to get the third game too, like you said, just to miraculously pull out the series is... it for this iteration of Nebraska baseball, it was surprising.
Given what they usually are, and that is a team that if there's a number next to another team's name, they're up for that game.
Yep.
But if they're playing a lesser team, and I'm saying lesser in air quotes, that they tend to play down to their competition. And when I heard Will Bolt talk about, we lost the toughness battle, I thought, This is exactly where this is going. And it coming off the heels, we were talking with Kendall Rogers last week here on the program, and I asked him, I said, listen, Nebraska's playing the weaker part of their schedule now. The teams they have left are all 10th place or worse in the current league standings. For those of you watching it on the stream, we've got the graphic up right now. They got Michigan and Minnesota at home. They've got Purdue and Maryland on the road, and they're all 10th place or worse.
It's a good place to be if you've got to get in.
And
not bad.
And if to drop a series against Northwestern would have been devastating. Because I asked Kendall, I said, what are the chances if Nebraska can go on a run here? Can they get themselves back in the at-large conversation? And he didn't dismiss it out of hand. Now, I still don't know, just based on the fact that the teams that they're playing don't have great RPIs themselves. Yeah. Michigan's good. The rest of them aren't.
But it did feel like after the Iowa series, though, it felt like you better win out.
Yeah, you have
better
to win out.
And it was almost to the point of conversation. I remember talking with someone at work about it too, that it was almost nearing the edge of like, you almost have to win every single game.
Yeah.
And you were close to that conversation. I don't think you're as close to it now, taking care of Northwestern. But man, that border is so close every single time, because every time you win, it doesn't feel like you go up that much, but every time you lose, it's a huge step back, and you don't recover from that as well. So they've got, like you said, a lot of work to do, but especially when you look at the road series this weekend upcoming at Maryland too, it's a big one.
Absolutely.
And I know a lot of people said it going in the Northwestern weekend. The Maryland one, if you don't sweep, I don't know what to tell you. Because that's one that no matter which game you drop, it's not going to look good. So you better win 3 when you get out to the East Coast and come back.
They've got Maryland this weekend, then they'll have Michigan, then they'll have Minnesota, then they'll finish up at Purdue. Or is it Minnesota before Michigan? Either way, they're playing those back-to-back at home. Right now, as it stands, they're tied with Minnesota for that cutoff spot to get into the conference tournament. They're at 7-11, but they haven't played Minnesota yet. Obviously, there'll be a tiebreaker, to whoever wins that series. But they're right there. They've got a chance. But, I mean, it's hard to say you got to go on the road and sweep. I think they have to win the series.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely have to win the series. But, man, sweep is it's tough to do. It's tough to do in league.
Well, and especially college baseball.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
And you're going halfway across the country.
Yep. And they've been well known for traveling well this season.
They have.
He said sarcastically.
They did get 2 good outings in the doubleheader. Ty Horn went 5 innings. Brockett went 5 innings in the nightcap. So they got good starting pitching. And if that to me is going to be the difference. Nebraska's really got to lean on that starting pitching here as we get down the stretch. To have better arms. It's hard to say that you can't have better arms usually than UCLA. They didn't have better arms than Iowa, but the rest of these teams left on the schedule, they should have an advantage in that category.
Yeah, and
you would think.
And I know this has probably been iterated, said before, however you want to put it, but at some point, no matter how this season ends up with where they are right now, especially if they don't make the Big Ten tournament and drop any games, you're going to look back and look at this team and look at the roster, and you're going to see some guys move on and actually have a lot of success elsewhere, upper leagues, that sort of stuff. And they're going to go, what happened? How did that happen with that team? And I think this is going to be the year that everyone's going to be looking at it and be like, this team had a lot more potential than what it actually ended up doing.
I agree. Despite the fact that they lost on Friday but bounced back for the week, Nebraska improved by 2 spots in the RPI over where they were last week.
It's crazy.
They're 75th. Creighton improved 2 spots based on where they were last week. They're up to 66th in the latest RPI, according to D1 Baseball.
You got a chance to go up, too, on Tuesday, too, if you get that one.
And, yes, you've got Kansas.
Yeah, listen, you beat Kansas, the whole world's in front of you in terms of RPI. But the RPI doesn't matter if you don't make the Big Ten tournament.
Right. Kansas is 28th in the RPI.
Yeah. It's the same conversation that we had with Creighton, too. If Tuesday doesn't go well, it doesn't matter to you because what's more important right now in front of you is your conference.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't win your conference, it doesn't matter. But, man, would it be good to get Tuesday. Man, would it be good.
Yeah. Kansas is 19-3 versus non-conference.
And one of those 3?
One of those losses is to Nebraska. Yeah, it's another opportunity. But good
weekends.
You can ask
for in baseball.
Good weekends for both baseball teams this week. And should remind you that we'll have coverage of both the Tuesday and the Wednesday games on 1180 The Zone.
Hitting the road.
Yes. Connor is going on the road on Wednesday to South Dakota State. Connor and I will be in the booth tomorrow from Charles Schwab for North Dakota State. Chance for a revenge for that loss 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Both games will start at 6 p.m.
They might blow them out.
We'll see.
I've got a good feeling about that.
We'll see.
The fellas are feisty.
We'll see.
Okay.
Austin.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay. I'll back off.
Coming up next, Mitch Sherman will join us. We'll talk to him about the Husker game schedule and what he heard from Matt Rule last week. There was a lot that came out of last week's press conference as we are to the last week of spring football on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. 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 Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
Hey, Mitch.
Joining us on the Mall of America hotline.
That's not true. No,
Mitch.
don't do this, John.
My co-host, Austin Jacobson,
Don't do this.
during the crossover today, revealed to the world he was not aware of a thing called the Mall of America. Have you ever met anybody that has not known about the existence of the Mall of America?
Don't do this.
I mean, like infants and toddlers generally don't know about it.
Yep. Yep.
It might be about, I think if maybe you lived in like the southern or hemisphere or the eastern hemisphere.
I thought he was going to give it to me. I literally thought he was going to say Western Nebraska. And I was like, that's me.
Custer County is not southern hemisphere, Austin.
Yeah, I think anybody in the northern hemisphere, in the northwest quadrant of the earth, generally knows about the Mall of America.
It's fine.
It's maybe like, I don't know. My wife and daughter went there recently, like this spring. I haven't been there in maybe a decade. It's probably not been that. It's probably not been that long. My son's in the car with me saying that's not true. You were not involved in this. And they say that it's as busy as ever. I just think like malls in general are kind of past their prime.
Oh yeah,
indoor malls.
Oh yeah,
I mean far past their prime. But people say that the Mall of America is still going at like full speed.
Yeah, so color me shocked when I found out the Mall of America is still rolling around. That's what I was surprised
Mitch, could you just ask your son if he could recall what age he was when he became aware of the Mall of America?
Yeah. Hey, when did you become aware of the Mall of America? Good idea.
Around year 7.
He's about 7 years old.
Year 7? Year 7? Like he's on Hoiberg's contract? Like he's just crazy. That's a crazy.
Year 7 of his existence. Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, good to know.
Contract with our family.
There we go. All right, we've settled that. So is there any part of you entertaining this change of heart that Matt Rule had on having a public scrimmage to the dramatic decrease in attendance we have seen at other schools this spring?
Well, I don't think that it hurt his. I don't think that is the reason that Nebraska's doing it, but it's another reason to want to re-examine what you're going to do on this final Saturday of the spring and say, Nebraska takes a lot of pride in showing what its fan base has, what its fan base's capabilities are on this Saturday. It's more so tied to Saturdays in the fall, but this has always been like a little feather in the cap. You got 50,000 or 80,000 in Memorial Stadium, and it might have been a bit taken aback by some low numbers, not just around the country, but also in what was coming in for sales here in Lincoln. But I don't think that's why he did it. I really do not think that that's why. It didn't hurt, but I don't think that's why he did it. First of all, like it's kind of a hard sell if you go back to like the whole reasoning that Matt Rule gave in the beginning that why they weren't having a spring game, because it just became it could be a showcase, a televised showcase for other schools to poach the Nebraska roster. That became a little bit of a more difficult sell, I think, when you realize that the transfer portal closes before the spring game.
Yes.
So, they can get some more film, and then next December when the portal opens, sure. But that's no. So I think there was a realization of that, and then also they've been going through this spring, and it's becoming more and more real every day what the 105 means. Mm-hmm. And you're not going to see the top 57 to 60 players out there for Nebraska on Saturday. It's going to be, you're going to recognize some names, but it's going to be a decent indication in some instances, I think most of it we know, but it's going to be a decent indications in some instances where you look like, let's say, a DB and you go, oh, okay, well, that guy's not in the top 57, or so that'll be maybe like the most newsworthy aspect of the spring game. It's just like who's still fighting for spots in the playing rotation, or and then you get further down in the roster classification, and you can see, I think, who is perhaps playing for a spot on another team, and that will. It's a part of college football that we've never had, and I think we're never had like in this kind of like stark reality. Like it's very real. Other times players might have been playing for roster spots on other teams in the spring because they knew they were going to transfer, but it wasn't because they had to transfer. It was more their decision, and now it's the the NCAA's decision or Matt Rule's decision. I think the majority of his reasoning, he was very much being honest on Thursday when he talked about it.
So, Mitch, how many roster spots? John and I were talking about it a little bit earlier, but in competitive spots for Saturday, how many spots are actually up for grabs? Because we're just trying to figure that range of number.
I think you have to be careful about that because, and I would entertain the question of how many spots are up for grabs, period. But I don't, he said, after kind of describing it, he then went back and said, this is not a competition for the 105 at Nebraska. Because it's one practice, it's one scrimmage. And you can deduce that the players who are out there, that some of the players who are out there are competing for spots on the 105, but this is not like the make or break. So I would say, if you were to ask me how many spots on the 105 are undecided right now, and then Saturday maybe plays a small role in determining it because it's 1 out of 15, plus everything else they observe in the mat drills, and there's a lot of intangibles that go into it. Like 5, maybe. They pretty much know. If you take 131 players, they're going to have a new punter. So 132, they pretty much know probably like 100 of the names. And then there are some who are injured, who sustained season-ending injuries. A guy like Connor Keneally last December, who I wrote about and was hurt, and like the injury probably like prolonged his Nebraska career because he can be on the injured list next fall. There'll be 5 to 8 players like that. So you're left with like another 20 who've got to go. And I think there's probably like 5 spots for 20 players or something like that.
We were talking this out a little bit ago, and my brainstorm was it's possible that Matt Rule may have stumbled onto something here, because if teams are allowed next spring and in the springs beyond to carry more than 105 into camp, could we see something like this as the new spring game format where you're basically just playing the back, 60 or 70 of your roster? And to your point in the last answer, Mitch, this one scrimmage isn't going to necessarily decide one position over another, but it could go into the full puzzle of how a player might be assessed on a roster, that maybe this tryout bowl concept could be the new spring game.
Yeah. I mean, that seems pretty cutthroat. You could just go all in on that and make it like a made for TV event, and just start throwing guys off the island in the middle of the game because they missed the coverage or something. Like, all right, you're out. Like you guys got to walk out and like hand his helmet over to the
American Gladiator
manager.
style.
Like that'd be a great. Yeah, that'd be a great. That's like 30 years from now how they're going to determine the final. It won't be
Hey, don't sell it
be
short, man. We've seen. I mean, this sport, it's sold for television. Don't underestimate it.
How's that any different than Hard Knocks in the NFL and training camp?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, so they could turn it into an entire reality event in the spring or in training camp in the fall for colleges to. We've got 5 spots and 20 guys, and here you go, like battle royal. I don't think that that's what the Nebraska spring game is about to become. But it would get some eyes, that's for sure.
All right, Mitch. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic hanging out with us now. Marty Brown, obviously rumored, or I guess now reported, to be visiting Nebraska from NDSU in the portal. I know that a lot of people would look at it and they want to see the Nebraska kid get back to Nebraska, all that great stuff. They see the stats, they see the Jerry Rice Award and all that stuff. Would his addition, if he were to choose to come to Nebraska, would that upset the apple cart of the running back room? Would we potentially see maybe a name exit Nebraska if he were to come in?
Well, I'm not subscribing to the theory that he's waiting until the portal closes to make a decision or announce a decision so that you don't run into that kind of a situation where you're pushing somebody out, because that's not any kind of then you're like deceiving your current running backs. It's not any way to like head into May and in June and July as you go toward the season. Say, we tricked you into staying, so you can't go in the portal now. I don't think that that's what it is. And really, like with Marty Brown, the hometown part of it is there, and it's a small piece. But if he was from Minnesota and he ran for 1,100 yards as a true freshman at North Dakota State and helped them do an FCS national championship, and you looked at him, and he's 5'11", 218 pounds. Like, I don't care that he's from Omaha Creighton Prep, to be honest. Like, yeah, it helps. I mean, guys, the home state kids, like they often play with some more motivation, and they've just got something else in their back pocket. But it shouldn't matter. And I don't think it does in this situation. Like, I think Nebraska sees a running back on the transfer market and says, okay, right now the backup at Nebraska has next to no experience in playing college football, and then everybody else behind Quentin Ives, has no experience. So, and one of your freshmen who came in this winter, where you maybe hoped that somebody was going to take a big jump, like the more highly recruited of those two, Jamarian Parker, he has had some injury situations this fall and this spring, and is I don't think anybody looks at him right now and says, yeah, he's going to be the breakthrough next fall. Could happen, but you're not counting on that. So I just think they're interested because it's a position where you're like, you could argue right now that they're already in a tough spot, and they're definitely like one injury from being away in a really tough spot. So, but the competition is going to be fierce. I was just talking to Sam Kahn, of my coworker at the Athletic down in Texas, and he's like the portal guy, or one of our guys who studies up on that stuff and covers it. And he's heard, and it's not just Nebraska and Miami, which is where Brown is looking like he's reportedly is set to visit this week. Like there's a lot of schools involved. So Nebraska, it's an interesting conversation too about running backs. Sam tells me that running backs, while they're not commanding like the highest dollar in like the rev share world and NIL world, they are very much in demand. And when a good back goes in the portal, everybody wants a good back. So there's a lot of demand out there, even if they're not like $1 million guys.
When you said that, Mitch, when you talked earlier about Brown and, hey, the Creighton Prep thing, we get all that. But at the end of the day, it's, can he play football? And is he a good back? Goes right back to what Matt Rule was talking about when he answered Sam's question on Thursday about in-state recruiting. And it's like, we can't just be handing out scholarships just because a guy happens to have a certain zip code in his address. We have to, we've got a procedure we want to go through when it comes to dealing with these guys. And it's funny because college sports is different from all others. You don't hear a lot of people, like the local, Dallas kid who played college football in California. Oh man, the Cowboys got to sign this guy because he's a Dallas kid. Yeah. No, they got to sign him because he's a good football player. I'm curious, when you heard him answer that question last week, knowing what we know about all of the Metro kids and the Nebraska kids going to Iowa State, if he handled that in such a way where, maybe a previous coach or in previous generations, that kind of an answer would have really bristled some people around here.
And it maybe still did.
Sure.
But I also think that the coaches and there's going to be, I'm sure there are people, I'm sure there are parents and people associated with high school football programs. Maybe it's not the head coach, but who listened to that and said, well, I guess Nebraska's not on the side of local kids. And the reality is just different. And not everybody's going to understand this. Like, not everybody's going to, you can talk and tell them, like, look, the rules are different and they can only carry 105 players. And like everything that Matt Rule said, I thought struck a good tone. even the stuff about the Big Ten and the Big 12. Like Connor and I talked about this morning about whether Rule needed to go there and say that about the Big Ten versus the Big 12 and how they're not the same level. And I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. Like he's just reinforcing his point, and he's also like explaining without explicitly saying it why Iowa State has 6 commits. There was 5 at the time, and then they added Jet Tamala on Friday. Why they have 5 to 6 or 6 commits from the state of Nebraska, and Nebraska's only offered 3 players from the state and has no commits. Like it's worth bringing up to me for that reason. Nebraska in the past was well within the bounds of what it should do as a program to offer players who might be projects or were risks, offer them scholarships or walk-on spots, and with the opportunity to get scholarships from Omaha, from Lincoln, from other areas of the state. And it's just way more difficult to do that now because of the 105. Like if you want to be like a top, and I'm not saying this is what Iowa State is. Iowa State was almost in the college football playoffs last year, but they play in a different conference. If your aspiration is to be like a top 50 to 60 program in the country, then go ahead and you can do that. And you can offer all of the players in the state who you think are Division I or FBS worthy. But that's, Nebraska, that's not the way that he wants to run the program.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, always great to catch up with you. Thanks for including your son in the conversation, just to verify that Austin is on a complete island by himself.
It's fine. I'm in my own mall.
Not knowing
it's fine
about the Mall of America.
Yep. And hands up to Josh too, man. That's fantastic, his accomplishment today. So he can run 26 miles. I'm like 24 behind him when I stop.
I'm 26 behind him.
Okay.
I think I can do the 0.2.
In solidarity, we'll get enough people to run 26.2 for him. We'll all gather up the resources, the running army, and we'll just all form a line and just run together. It'll be perfect.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, see?
It's kind of like when they cheat, on I used to think the 21-gun salute was one guy shooting it 21 times. No, it's 7 people in a row, and they do 3 apiece. That's 21.
Oh, good to know.
Kind of the idea.
Yeah.
Mitch, have a good week.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
There's something he said in there. I don't know if we need to get to break or whatever.
No,
I kind of want to touch on it. There's something about, and you talked a little bit about it too, recruiting the in-state kids, all that sort of stuff, all that, is there more pressure now on an in-state kid to perform at Nebraska than there's really been? Because now, especially with the 105, everything that Matt Rule is saying, if you take, and listen, I'm from Sydney. There's a kid going to Iowa State, Keen Kaiser. He's a 3-star linebacker. He had offers from Iowa State, Wyoming, and Northern Illinois. And Northern Illinois offers pretty much anyone who comes out of Nebraska anyway. He chose to commit to Iowa State. No comment from him. I know not his family, but I know everybody around him, and asked about, okay, like, are you waiting for a Nebraska offer? Are you in talks with the Huskers? Like, what does that look like? I don't know what that recruitment really looked like. But if he goes to Nebraska and he's that kid and he doesn't make the 105, or he is, and he's taking a spot from maybe another talented linebacker that Nebraska couldn't get because they're maxed out on linebackers in the portal, in whatever, is there more pressure on him to perform because he's from the state and he stole a spot from a more talented player somewhere else? I'd venture to say yes, because you have more eyeballs on you and more people looking at you saying, well, you got a handout scholarship and a handout spot on this team because what you said, because your zip code is inside of state borders.
But isn't that what Matt Rule was saying last week was it doesn't matter where you're from. You have to be good enough to make this roster.
Yeah.
Period. End of story. You have to be good enough to make this roster. And the days, because the walk-on program doesn't exist anymore, the days of being able to hoard all the best Nebraska players are over. And they've actually been over since before now.
It has been a long time.
I mean, think of all the great. I just saw a story, something on Twitter today about Easton Stick. I think he signed with a new agency or something. There's another classic example. Guy who goes up, is willing to play at a lower level and excel, get a scholarship. Back in the 80s, he would have probably walked on at Nebraska and rode the bench for 4 years or 5 years. And that would have been the end of it. Instead, went up, kudos to him, played well, balled out, got himself a contract. Now he's playing in the NFL.
Yeah.
There's been so many changes over the years in terms of how rosters were allowed to be built. It used to be there were no rules.
Yep.
And they'd carry 180 guys.
And that's how Rule came into this program to build it.
Right.
If you would have
Because remember when Frost came in, it was building back the walk-on program because it had been cut away. No, that was one of the reasons they wanted the new locker room because they didn't have a big enough locker room to house all 150 guys.
Yep.
So what they do, part of the reason they wanted to build a new locker room was to do that. Now all of a sudden it's like, well, but we can't really manage that many. And now the settlement has come in.
And now we're being told.
And we're being told what we have to have. And so anyone who is still living out there in the world with this idea of, well, Nebraska's got to make sure they keep all the good Nebraska kids. It's different when you're not being told, hey, you can only carry these number of guys. There has never been a roster limit. There's been scholarship limits, but there's never been a roster limit. Now it is a roster limit. And now because of a roster limit, it is going to feel a lot more, stop me if you've heard this before, like the NFL.
Whoa.
Because now you have to, hey, if you're guy 105, you're on the team. If you're guy 106, you're off the team. In the past, you could carry 106, 107, 108, 125, 138, 147, and you could keep them all here. Well, now you can't do that anymore. And so I don't have a problem with what Matt Rule said last week because it's about the guys that we think are going to help us win. And sure, is Nebraska going to build a roster of 105 guys? All 105 are good enough to beat Ohio State?
No.
Of course not. But the goal is to get as many as you can. But now you're running into a ceiling. And that ceiling says, this is your limit. This is all you have. And so you're going to try to maximize, just like an NFL team maximized that 53rd guy on the roster. College football and Matt Rule are going to maximize the 105th guy on the roster.
Well, and he said, too, like the 105th guy is going to be a team guy. He's not going to be a guy that's going to get on the field. Like if he plays, great, we need him. But the 100 to 105 guy are going to be guys that are part of our team chemistry. We need those guys to be a part of the team. We need that sort of build. We need that sort of, not depth, but just mentality, program builders, right? There's also a part of this conversation that Rule has alluded to from the beginning, and it's noticeable in how they talk. I just saw, I think it's Darian Jones from Omaha North, brother of Donovan, who's a Husker right now, just listed as top 5 Nebraska's in it. He mentioned in there that the relationships at Nebraska are the reason he's interested in going. He is from Omaha. His dad played at Iowa. He has a brother that is on the current Husker roster. There's nothing to say that he is going to be a Husker, but there's a way that you can have a communication and you can have a relationship that right now you're not a Husker, but if you ever want to come back, that door can be open for you. And that was not apparent on the last coaching staff because, as it gets brought up often, the Zane Flores experiment was something to behold because all you had to do from a Nebraska staff was go to the quarterback and say, hey, we think you're a great player. You're just not in our plans. We want what's best for you. And what's best for you from our vision is not to be a part of Nebraska. That's why we're not offering you a scholarship. And then publicly, Zane doesn't have to go out there and say, I never heard from the University of Nebraska. I've never heard from their coaching staff. They must not have been interested in me. That's the difference, I think, right now between the in-state kids, because you can communicate and have relationships with the kids that you know aren't going to be part of your program right now. But if all these kids turn out to be fantastic players at Iowa State and they're winning 11 games in the Big 12, if they want to come back to Nebraska and that door is seemingly open for them to come back, why wouldn't you want them to come back?
Oh, the relationship side of this, which has always been huge in college sports, has never been more important. Because you never know when you're going to be able to circle back. Most of those guys, I'm thinking back, 10 years ago to, I think of the Marcus Fosters at Creighton. Those were guys that Creighton was in on as a recruit. And they ended up going somewhere else, but they kept the relationship alive. And then when it came time to, things aren't working out here for me in Manhattan, they were able to come back around. Same thing's going to be happening here. And this is where you can win a lot of those in-state kids. That Matt Rule has actually mapped out a plan and said, listen, this is what we want. We want all of our recruits to come to camp with us. to watch us practice, to visit and do all of these things. If they choose not to because they've already got a scholarship offer from somewhere else, so be it. But at least the door is open. It's not like Matt Rule has shut the door and said, nope, Johnny All-American, or, Johnny High School from Kearney, you're not good enough.
Yep.
No, they're contacting these kids and they're saying, listen, we're not offering everyone, just sending out blanket offers right now, but we are offering opportunities. Come watch us practice, come to our camp, and let's see what happens after that.
And I know that Rule is obviously, he made his public statement about it and everything. There's got to be a little piece of him that's actually kind of happy about this 105 roster limit with all of the things that have come with it. But this part of it where he goes, I have a built-in excuse just to say, hey, I don't have to recruit that kid from Layton. I don't have to recruit the kid from Kearney.
That's true.
And like you said,
you can say the right things.
And you can send Ed Foley out there and he can take a photo at Bearcat High and it can look great and he can eat his runs in the parking lot. You can say, hey, we talked to him. We met him outside of math class. It was great. It was perfect. And then when he goes and commits to UNK, he has a feel-good story about how he got a Husker sticker or something like that. I'm not saying that it's malicious. I'm saying that that's a good way to do it. But then on the opposite side, when one of these kids ends up being a star and has always yearned to be able to go back and never got that opportunity to go to Nebraska because Matt Rule had told him when he was a senior in high school, hey, we don't have the spot for you now. There's going to be a spot for a kid like that eventually. And it might not be Marty Brown. It could be.
Maybe.
But it could be someone else down the road. And if that ends up happening, Nebraska's probably set up better than most schools in the Big Ten to be able to accomplish that.
You'd think.
Because outside of popular national brand, Nebraska's got this piece of the state heart that not a lot of other programs can use.
The key is being able to continue to keep that.
Yes.
And that's the one thing you worry about is if kids start to continue to, move away and go elsewhere. And we've talked about it many times here on this program about young people and the passion for Nebraska football isn't what it used to be. I get that. But there is still a very healthy percentage of kids who grow up in this state who still want to do that, who still want to be a Husker, who still want to root for the team. And as long as the communication lines are open and honest.
And listen, there were a couple of kids in this last recruitment cycle that they wanted to flip. They couldn't. There was not a chance for them to because there wasn't a spot for them.
Nope. 402-951-1620. Got more coming up, including NBA blowouts. It's fantastic.
Woo!
But first, an unbeatable deal is yours right now with the biggest sale of the year from your home improvement company, because this is a once-a-year event and time is running out for this unbeatable deal. If you have been needing to upgrade the windows around your home, stop and listen to this. Get 50% off your window purchase plus free labor with a minimum of 4 windows. And get great financing plans with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. Top quality materials, energy efficient, triple pane windows, and 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for up to 12 months. Call 402-764-1720 today and schedule a free in-home consultation. It's their biggest sale of the year, so let me repeat. 50% off your window purchase plus free labor, minimum of 4 windows. Call 402-764-1720 today. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. Trust me, YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. This happens once. 50% off your window purchase plus free labor with a minimum of 4 windows and get 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. The NBA playoffs got underway over the weekend. And
are you not entertained?
I really wasn't.
Mm.
The only NBA playoffs I saw this weekend were when we were at the restaurant Saturday night celebrating my son's birthday.
Happy birthday.
And I looked over my shoulder and I saw all of a sudden the Knicks went from, 10 down to 10 up or whatever ridiculous 21-0 run it was. And that was it. That was pretty much the extent of it.
Shoot, basketball is fun.
Thanks,
Nick.
The average margin of victory
A lot.
was 19.1 points. This is something this is my new thing for the NBA playoffs. The only thing that's going to keep me engaged.
Show us your new thing, John.
I'm going to keep track of the margins of victory in the first round.
It didn't used to feel this way with the first round in the NBA.
Well, it helps.
We used to have a lot closer.
Because it was a best of 5. And you had to win early. So you got,
I'm not even going that far back. I don't think, I'm thinking of Damian Lillard, game winner in game 7 against whoever that was. Maybe that was the Rockets or something like that. His logo threes. Those felt like close series. But maybe I'm just remembering the good times and not all of them.
I think, and I don't know, I don't have the time or the will to go back and research all of this. But I do think that going to best of 7s has hurt because you'll get teams that, maybe aren't going all out in game 1 or game 2. And I know there's home court advantage and, you don't want to lose home court advantage. But the first round, like last year, the average margin of victory in the first round last year was 13 points a game. 13 points a game. There were 2 games that went to overtime. There were 2 series. The Knicks-Sixers series was really good. The biggest margin of victory in any one of those 6 games was 11 points. And the Nuggets-Lakers series was good.
Yeah.
Also, biggest margin of victory, 11 points. But you had a lot of blowouts. I mean, Celtics-Heat was a no contest. Bucks-Pacers did have an overtime game, but mostly was a no contest. Cavs-Magic basically was a no contest. And listen, this is part of the problem when you invite too many teams to the postseason.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to get to.
Sorry, I mean, and this has been my beef.
There are too many bad teams.
This has been my beef with the NBA and the NHL forever. That there are way too many teams involved in the playoffs.
Yep. But you got to stretch out the season. That's what you want to do. You want to get more basketball. People love to watch it. That's what they would argue. They'd say more TV ratings, more basketball on my television.
Well, that's what it is. I mean, because we are so playoff pilled in this country, people watch for the postseason because there's the drama of, if they lose this game, their season might be over. But I think that there is a point of diminishing returns. Certainly the Thunder beating the Grizzlies by 51 didn't help this margin. But even if you take that margin of victory out, average margin of victory this weekend was 14.5 points.
Jeez.
Which is more than it was last year in the first round.
Right.
So I'm going to keep track of this. I'm going to see how bad it gets.
How bad do you think it'll get tonight?
Pistons,
Knicks, Clippers, Nuggets.
Oh, now we're down to where we're only playing 2 games a night?
Yep. Yeah, stretch it out.
Good Lord.
We got 3 tomorrow and 3 Wednesday, 3 Thursday. Yeah, so just 2 tonight.
Ugh.
It's the day after Easter. Come on. Got to give yourself a break. All that basketball that you were loaded and locked in on.
I was not loaded or locked in on any of it. I have long maintained, and again, listen, when I say these things, I'm not saying that's going to bring me back to the NBA.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. But I do think the sport hurts itself. And I'd say this, and before you put the but or the, but what about, I know baseball expanded their playoffs. I hate that too.
Yep. College football also expanded their playoff.
Well, that makes enough sense because there's 130 some odd teams.
Yeah, true.
And they were only doing 4.
Not 30.
What college football is screwing up, and we'll get to this later, is how they're picking their teams.
Right.
At least the NBA and the NHL make it somewhat make sense.
I don't know if I've ever been as tuned out of the NBA as I have over the past 3 years. I just feel like I'm losing my grip of interest. My rooting team has been the Warriors for a long time. And
they're actually good.
They are actually good. And they could compete this year, which I'm shocked by. But nonetheless, like even in their last championship run, it took me until the playoffs to be like, oh yeah, the Warriors, like they've got a pretty good chance to maybe actually pull this off. The past few years, I don't know if it's star power. I don't know if it's like my inability to just pay attention or just like non-drama storylines or whatnot, because they do have interesting things happening.
Sure they do.
But I don't know if I just don't care enough. Am I maturing as a person where I'm like, no, I'm better than the product they're putting out? I don't know. But whatever it is, I am with you that yesterday and Saturday, it was the Easter weekend. We were out of the house. We were all that stuff. Was given the option 2 different times by people's place that I was at where they said we could watch this or the NBA playoffs, whatever's on. And then last night when I got a text from a friend saying we could go see this, or do you want to watch the NBA playoffs? And I chose something else both times. And I went back and just like read box score and read recap and made sure that I was like tuned in on that.
Sure.
I just wasn't interested. And I don't know why I can't get myself into these things.
Well, again, it's the first round. It doesn't feel like it. I mean, it matters, but it doesn't feel urgent. Yeah. It's only game 1 of a best of 7. I do think that hurts. I do think not only is there too many teams, but now we're playing best of 7s in the first round.
Yeah.
I think if there's more urgency in a best of 5.
If they went back to 5, at least for the first, I think that would help out quite a bit, because then you want to get a 50-point blowout, because that game means so much more, right? You could lose the first one by 50. And a lot of times, as we've seen in years past, these kind of middling teams, I don't think the Thunder's a middling team by any chance, but some of these middling teams between each other will just trade off game by game by game. And the NBA looks at it and they're like, oh, sweet. Game 7, the most impactful game of the series. When really, the whole series has been a dud the entire time. No one's wanted to watch it because it's been 40-point blowouts on each side. You just win one, you trade the other one with a loss, you win the other. Or my favorite, you win your 2 home games, you lose 2 on the road, you split the 1-1, and then you come back to your house for game 7, and then magically you appear in a 10-point game all of a sudden in the fourth quarter. It's mind-boggling. And that's the problem, too, is years past, we've had that not just in the first round, but leading all the way to the championship series, like the conference finals. It's the worst part about the NBA that you can't get yourself into, because when the games are the most important and they're not good, you can't buy into the fact that they matter when they're going to be 40-point blowouts on each side.
It is. It is hard. It is hard, and the other thing about the NBA is sometimes the people in the sport have no freaking concept. Nick, do you have the audio of Nico? Do you have Nico?
Yes. Which one?
How'd you get this audio? I thought he did a non-audio recorded interview.
Well, here was Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, who have been one of the few teams that have been eliminated from the NBA playoffs. Here was Nico Harrison today on misreading the room being the Dallas Maverick fan base over the trade of Luka Doncic.
When you were kicking the idea of this trade around, and you had various scenarios planned in your head, did the anger and outrage from the fan base, has that exceeded what you were kind of planning for?
Yeah, good question. I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, go on and on.
So John,
yes,
Austin,
yes,
I don't follow or pay attention to or care about the NBA.
No,
I know that Luka is extremely important.
More important than PJ Davis?
Yes,
he's part of a championship roster. Didn't you?
PJ who? I don't know who that is.
That is crazy to say in the same sentence that PJ Davis is part of a championship roster and Luka Doncic was not important to the team. That's crazy. That is like, I wish I lived in my own head the ability to like bend space and time the way that he's been able to in that one construed sentence, to be able to understand and be like, no, the lie that I have formed makes sense to me. It should make sense to you. It's crazy.
Here's a callback to our movie club selection this week. It's Moneyball. I watched it yesterday.
Oh, nice.
And famously,
you didn't see Moneyball?
Well, I have now.
You're a baseball guy.
I have now. Billy Beane famously would not watch the games.
Mm-hmm.
Does Nico Harrison also not watch the games? Because all it would take, there's an easy barometer. There's a very easy barometer to find out who the most popular guy on your team is. And here's how it works. You walk outside of your ivory tower.
Mm-hmm.
You go out amongst the people in the building
John,
that you
they're
play
filthy, John. They're filthy.
See, you couldn't do this back in the 60s because they didn't make replica jerseys back then. But now everyone's got replica jerseys.
Interesting.
And you just walk around the concourse, or you walk around the little courtyard, or you walk around the lobby of your building, wherever you might be. And you just look at the people and you just look at the fans and you see how many of the dudes' jerseys are being worn. That's a pretty good barometer of who the most popular guy on your team is.
I'll do you one better.
And how important they might be to your franchise.
I'll do you one better, John. You could walk out of your own office and be like, who's the player who's on the front of our building to promote the season? I wonder if is that PJ Davis?
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe their front of their program all year had just PJ Davis. Or
I like to think Nico has an office with no windows. He sits by himself and he's like, I'm a recluse. I just love ball. I'm a basketball guy. I don't know about jersey sales and X's and O's. I just want to win.
Or this has happened before too. Maybe when he traded Luka, he thought it was actually trading PJ Davis. He just got him confused with each other.
Yes.
But then the trade happened and
Easily
it was like,
confused.
oh wait, that's
dang. I've said this from the beginning though, but it's It's nuts.
By the way, Nico Harris was also asked today this.
Luka comes back to town, the Lakers game's happening, and you're standing there and there's thousands of people chanting for you to be fired. That's an experience that none of us, no one's chanting for for us to lose our jobs. Why shouldn't you be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here. And I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end. And so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick.
He was asked the question, should you be fired?
What a direct on the line. That's perfect.
I was going through my archives. I sadly do not have it. But it reminded me of the 2007 year when Joe Jordan of Channel 3 News, that something was going to happen in a Husker press conference when the news people showed up. Asked Bill Callahan, if you were the athletic director, would you fire yourself? And it was one of the most...
What a sentence.
When I heard that today at Nico's press conference, I was like, oh my God, it's this happening all over again. By the way, his answer reminded me of something that Bill Callahan did say at one of those press conferences.
Does it affect your confidence?
By the way, this is a young John asking this question. This is me asking the question.
Does it affect your confidence, though, when something like that occurs under your watch and now something like this is occurring?
No, because I know in my heart of hearts I'm doing an excellent job. I'm doing a good job. I'm working extremely hard. And no, it doesn't affect my confidence whatsoever.
I'm doing an excellent job.
My confidence.
By the way, PJ Davis is not on the Mavs. He's on the Panthers.
No.
PJ Washington is the guy on the Mavs.
Just thinking Panthers all the time. What can I say?
Or sorry, the Jags.
Well, that's all right. Nico thought that it was
Big Cat.
Yeah. Probably thought it was PJ Davis.
That's tough. You hate to hear that. Oh, Nico. At least he's given us all a moment of levity this season. There's that, right? Like, no matter what happens in your calendar year, when you reach December 31st, you could be sitting at your New Year's Eve party, sitting by yourself, sulking, your girlfriend left you, lost your job, but you could always say, at least I didn't trade Luka Doncic. That's the little solace, right? Maybe he's just doing it for, he's just doing it for all the is it Weezer that sings Loser? Like he's just doing it for all the losers out there. That's what he's doing it for.
Beck.
Thank you.
Incredible that men like him have jobs at this level.
Yeah.
And more competent people don't have jobs.
Wonder what his best trades have been. Now I want to look up to see what his best trades have been.
Well, it wasn't the one he just most recently made.
Yeah, that's true.
That much is for certain. But you'll be happy to know, as someone who used to identify with the Warriors, they won.
They did. Yes.
They won, and playoff Jimmy was playoff Jimmy. And Steph Curry, you might have heard of him.
Yes.
He played well as well.
No, they have a good recipe of saying, if our best players play well, we could win. And when they play a team that's not as good as them and only scored 95 points in the NBA, pretty impressive. They turned defense on last night, John. They turned defense on.
They did. Good for them. Congratulations. By the way, speaking of the Grizzlies getting blown out by 51, which was a top 5 worst loss in NBA playoff history. Good news, folks. Ja Morant says the Grizzlies will never play that poorly again.
Well, thank goodness.
Does he have a new celebration yet?
Did you hear his excuse?
I don't know.
Did you know that it's not a grenade he's throwing in?
Oh, no.
Yeah, so he says he's saying his words and throwing them into the crowd, and then he's covering his ears so he can't hear what people have to say.
Oh, is that what it is?
It's not a grenade.
Is that what it is?
Because this movement and this does not replicate a grenade.
No, he's just blocking out the haters.
Yep. The haters and the losers, of which there are many.
Man.
They can go ahead and just get blown out for the next 3 games. I'm fine with that.
They'll never play that bad, though. They're back. They're going to come back.
Well,
folks.
I mean, they could lose by 50 and technically not play as bad.
That is true. I don't know. Their series, Oklahoma City's very good. And it's crazy to think that at one time, like last year, we were saying that like the Grizzlies were actually like a very competitive team and they were going to be one of the teams to watch. And now they're like in that category of the Hawks, where they're like, they have this really interesting player and we don't even know what to make of him anymore because he's just a head case and he plays really well. But then sometimes he's also just crazy and we can't get out of being a 7 or 8 seed anymore. They are like in the exact same category. And then Trae Young just decides like every once in a while, he's just going to cuss out a ref or, yell about one of the best players. He's I'm the best. No. All right, Trae, relax. You're okay. You're okay.
Speaking of the best, we would be remiss if we don't mention this. Congratulations to Beef Jergy.
Oh, yeah.
Cam Jurgens and the Eagles, 4 years, $68 million, 39 is guaranteed. The AAV is $17 million a year. That makes him the second highest paid center in the game. Not bad for a guy who just took that position over full time from the retiring Jason Kelce.
Yeah.
And
didn't miss a beat.
In fact, they won the Super Bowl, and now he is the second highest paid center, only behind Creed Humphrey in the National Football League. If there is one thing that Scott Frost did well during his tenure as head coach, it was the handling of Cam Jurgens.
Indeed. And, how far does nearly $40 million go in Pickrell, Nebraska? That's the question people should be asking.
Well, he's probably going to, by the time his career is done, if he continues to trend in this direction, he'll own most of Gage County.
That wouldn't be bad.
He'll own most of Gage County.
Does he move back? Where would he be more revered in, Philly or Nebraska? That's tough, right?
Oh, in Philly, at some point, they always get back to booing you. So
if he retired right now, let's say, okay, enjoy your contract, get your $39 million guaranteed. He continues on the trend that he is. I think he'd be more revered in Philly. I would rather be more revered in Philly, though.
would?
I would, 100%. You kidding me? A fan base that insane? We hand out participation trophies as Nebraska fans to any backup quarterback that helped us win a game.
That's true.
I heard a story about how Cody Green got a free drink one time. I was like, Cody Green? What did he do for us? What are we talking about?
I mean, Cody Green did. I mean, he
did beat Colorado that once.
He did. Yeah. Sadly, Cam Jurgens didn't win many games.
That is true. Cam didn't get the win.
Congrats to Cam Jurgens.
He didn't snap it over his head. Good job, Cam.
He didn't. That is one thing that, man, we raked Frost over the coals for that.
Remember that? That was a fun
when
time.
When he couldn't snap the ball to save his life, and it's like, why are we putting this kid in this spot? And by God, they stuck with him, and now he's the second highest paid center in the game. Most successful recent Husker in the NFL, easily. Well, next to from Tampa. Jeez.
Levante
David.
I was hoping you were going to say Amir Abdullah. I thought you were going to really
I was almost going to say Broderick Thomas. Like, no, Broderick Thomas. Holy cow.
Levante David still going.
He is.
Still a buck. Still a buck.
Coming up next, Michael Severe will join us. It's Michael Severe Mondays.
Hey,
it's
Michael.
the happy hour on a Monday on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour's on the air. Not that I'm complaining, because I'm not.
You would never.
But when I hear, and I've heard it all day, because thanks to our good friends over at Channel 7 who provide us with our weather forecast. Top 10 day of the year.
What does that mean?
Well, it means it's the top 10 day of the year.
Okay.
But it's too early to tell. It's April 21st.
Yeah, we got 200 days to go.
It's a candidate for top 10 day of the year. I'm sure at the end of the year, just like we do the best of the crossover, I'm sure Bill Ranby and the whole KTV Newswatch 7 weather team get together and they do their top 10 days of the year.
That would be really cool.
Ooh, a top 10 day draft?
I would like that. Yeah.
They should live stream that. That's some video content.
But because the weather turned so nice today was a candidate for top 10 day of the year. Unfortunately, we've been inside all day.
Hate to see it.
That's how it's been. Over the last month, we've had some really good days during the week, but then the weekend rolls around and it's been crappy. Every weekend for the past month has basically been crappy. How am I supposed to go ride my bike or tickle chains when it's crappy outside?
Tickle chains?
Disco.
What do you mean by that? Oh, the old frolf, as the kids say.
Tickle chains. Chain tickling.
Frolf. Yeah, frolf. You're forgiven for not knowing what tickling chains was.
No, yeah.
Not knowing what the Mall of America is, whole different.
Okay,
ball.
all right. Listen, that was hours ago. that was 2.5 hours ago that we came across that.
I don't know if
conundrum.
you know this, but we tend to latch on to things and hold on to them for many
My work group chat is not treating me very well at this time.
Oh, I'm
so that's
sure
fine.
it's not.
Yep.
Michael Severe will be joining us here in just a little bit. It's Michael Severe Mondays. He was just getting back from doing fatherly things because he's a good dad.
Laying sod?
No, he's not laying sod.
Laying mulch?
No, doing fatherly things. With children.
You can lay mulch with your kid?
Yeah, that's a good team building activity.
You can, but
kids got to learn how to mulch.
You can, but there's a thing called school. That's
what? Did they lay sod at the school?
Hey, listen, if you have a local middle or high school that has a sod laying program, you're more than welcome to come to my house and use my house to experiment with your sod laying.
That wouldn't be bad. Not a bad idea.
If you have a sod laying program and need a test case for your sod laying program, contact me in the mentions or at john@1620thezone.com. I will be happy to donate my property for your sod laying experiments.
Okay, perfect. Can't wait to hear it. The local high school football team is always there to help as well. Lay the sod.
They could.
The sod father himself, Michael Severe.
There he is, Michael Severe joining us. Michael, did you so what was the final head count on the Swiss Family Severe Easter parade?
13 was the number.
Right in the middle. It was either 7 or between 7 and 20. You hit it right in the middle. Oh, you muted yourself.
We've lost him.
You muted yourself. He muted himself.
I unmuted it. Sorry. I know one of them makes it. I heard double sound when I first started talking, so I thought it was my fault.
So 13. So did everyone enjoy the spread, the spare ribs and the beef ribs and the?
Yeah, I think they were surprised. They didn't really know what it was, and so we had to have some conversations about what short ribs were. But I mean, once they started eating, they're like, "Oh, these are good." I was like, "Yeah, they're pretty popular." Like, where does a short rib come from? I'm like, the side of the long rib. Probably, most likely, is what I would describe it. The chest area near the ribs.
The best foods are the ones you have to teach people how to eat, right? I mean, like the first time you go to like crawdad boil and people are like, "Oh, how do you do this?"
Yeah,
how do you
I was
going to
say this is not like a crawdad boil where people might not be familiar with eating things that come out of a ditch. But this is Nebraska. This is beef. I would figure that there wouldn't have to be a whole dissertation about what it is they're eating.
I don't like that you're saying boil.
What's weird, Austin, is so crawfish are $1 billion industry. And John puts them in a ditch. billion-dollar industry from Kazakhstan, Russia, through the Gulf of New Mexico. It's a huge, huge business. And John puts him in a ditch because it's something he doesn't understand. And so John dislikes
No, I do understand.
Yeah,
No, I
he
do
doesn't
understand
it
it.
because
I lived
understand
in a ditch, and they lived in
it.
the ditch behind my house.
Those are not crawfish. Those are not crawfish. I could see him living in a ditch because that's where the sod is, apparently, in the ditch. So I guess that's where he would be. I'm not quite sure about that.
No, I have nothing against crawfish. I just have not had a great crawfish boil in a long, long time. Long time.
Well, it sounds like now you're trying to get someone to lay your sod, to give you free crawfish. What more do you want, John?
Yeah.
What more do you want?
May would be a good time to have one. The last one we had was at John Tolman's house out in way out there in Elkhorn, and that wasn't during May.
Western Nebraska.
May. Yeah, it's far, dude. It's like a 35-minute drive to his house. It's crazy.
It's worth it though. They got time to boil it.
I guess so. I went out there to go work. I basically went out there to go boil crawfish. He had a big pot, so we're boiling crawfish, we're boiling shrimp. We also boiled some crab, which was outstanding. Nice. Soon as kids realize you got to boil them live, they get all turned off. So
that is the case.
Kind of how it works,
especially when you teach them that the steam leaving them is them screaming. That's when things go. That's when things get a little bit out of sorts.
John, do you remember the movie? I think it's Summer Vacation. It was one of the John Cusack movies, and it's the one where the guy puts the stethoscope in the water so he can listen to the lobster scream as they cook them. You remember that? It's One Crazy Summer, I believe. I think it's One Crazy Summer. It's not the one where they ski. It's not the one. It's not the one where they ski because that's the one with the kid on the bicycle. You know, where he's talking about $2. It's the other one where they're down near the water and he falls in love with, I think, Demi Moore, maybe. Anyway,
I did not see that one.
There's a scene where the guy puts the lobster in, and he's such an evil dude that he puts a stethoscope in there so he can listen to the lobster scream.
Okay, yeah, no, I didn't. I haven't seen that one. When you first started talking, I thought you were referring to Summer Rental, the John Candy movie.
John. No, they ate all of the balls in that movie.
Yes,
a lot of
but
balls.
there was also a scene with the lobster because that's how the feud started. Because John Candy's character wanted the lobster, and then the other guy wanted the lobster. Next thing you know, they're racing yachts against each other, and it's actually pretty good.
The 59ers in that too, right? The old
59ers.
What movie is that?
Grandma's Boy?
No, that's
I never saw that.
It was John Candy and
Uncle Buck. No,
and Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah, are they both in the Great Outdoors or
Great
whatever?
Outdoors.
Great Outdoors. Okay, I was thinking of that movie.
The 96er.
The old
96er. Oh my God, I could not. I could get a 75er. I get a 75er. I couldn't get a 96er. I eat all the fat.
Yeah, that would be the case. I don't know what my personal record on that would be. Like if I were to emulate, there we go.
There it is again.
Of what Josh did today in meat eating form, I think 96 is probably the equivalent of a Boston Marathon.
I think my best chance in a contest like that, I happened to see it. I was going down a YouTube rabbit hole the other day.
Mm-hmm.
There's a competitive eater, a female who's, and like all competitive female eaters, they're all tiny. They're all just little. They're just, and they can eat like crazy.
Yeah, I know her. We're friends.
She did a chicken fried steak one, where it was 3 pounds of chicken fried steak and then a whole bunch of other sides. If there's one I could do, it would be something like that.
Well,
ate a good chicken fried steak.
She ate the challenge in Bellevue at Stella's. She ate 2 of them.
Yes.
So you got to eat the hamburger and the fries. She did that twice. She also ate 2 50-ounce steaks too, back to back, in record time. Yeah, she's incredible. She went and did the wing eating contest in Philly, the one they do called the Super Bowl one, the Wing Bowl. She did the Wing Bowl too, and she dominated that as well. She's awesome. She lived in. I think she moved. She was married to a guy who was a military guy, so that's why she was here. They moved to San Antonio. They got divorced, so I'm not quite sure where she is now, but she's still eating.
Wow, good for her. Keep on eating, lady.
Yeah, keep on eating. Hey, John, you said earlier that it's going to be an interesting press conference when the news media shows up, television news media. Actually, it's an interesting press conference when they show up with a lav mic on. See, when the reporter has a lav mic on, he wants to record his own question because he expects something to really happen.
Or in the case of Bernie Goldberg, when they showed up, he didn't have a lav mic on. He had the boom mic.
Boom mic. They had a boom mic.
The audio people. He had three people with him: a light person, a camera person, and a boom mic operator. And when they walked in, I'm like, "What in the world is this?" You knew something was about to go down.
Goldberg wrote a book about it.
He did. He did. That was surreal.
Questions
I just remember I was not mad because Bernard Goldberg dared to ask Tom Osborne about Lawrence Phillips. I was not mad about that.
What a name, first off. Bernard Goldberg?
Bernard
Goldberg.
That sounds like a guy that helped OJ or something like that. Bernard Goldberg.
He could have been a lawyer with that name. Sure.
Lawyer name.
The thing that pissed me off was it was like the third or fourth question in the press conference.
Yeah.
And the press conference was over after that. And I had no tape for the week on Kansas State.
Right.
I'm like, I'm in charge of cutting up all this tape. So we have all these sound bites. Tom Osborne talking about Kansas State. It's the same 7 sound bites because Kansas State's a pretty good football team. And I remember when Vince Gibson, they came in here and they beat us on homecoming. And we almost got fired. It's the same press conference, but damn it, I needed that tape. And Bernard Goldberg came in. He swooped in like a vulture. He destroyed the whole press conference, and the whole thing was over. I was so pissed.
So that's 94, right?
No, that was 90.
That's
95.
95.
95.
95. Oh yeah, because the Michigan State game, second game, right?
Yep.
So you should have said before, be like, hey, look, Bernie, here's the deal, Bo. I need some tape. If you could just hold off and whatever malarkey you're getting ready to portray on us, if you could just hold off for a minute, let me have some tape, and then you just jump in there and ask whatever ridiculous, uncalled for question you want to ask after I got my stuff. That's what you should have did.
I believe, if I remember correctly, the question was, had something to do about if it was your daughter.
Yep, the daughter.
If it was your daughter who Lawrence Phillips assaulted, how would you?
Yeah,
I think that was the question.
Yeah, and Tom should have said, I don't know if you know Susan. She'd have kicked his ass. That's what that would have been sweet. I don't think y'all know who my daughter is. She'd have put a foot in his. Yeah, he probably wouldn't say that. But yeah, that it's not. So the question he asked in that time, obviously books have come out since then. I mean, there was some stuff going on. There were guns being hidden. There was stuff happening. People were getting arrested. Things were happening. So we need, asking the question is not a horrible thing. And the local media is probably not going to go there back then. Now they would. Now they'd go there right away.
That's why, like with the Joe Jordan and Bill Callahan, that's why they send the news person so that the sports guy doesn't have to take the heat and deal with it the rest of the season.
You got to send like the reporter for hire that like comes out of Tampa or something, and then you're
the
just
robot.
like, hey,
you got to see the robot.
Which is why the Chicken Nick robot was the
Chicken Nick robot. Yeah,
we got 2 questions you got to ask, and then you get out of here.
Can you imagine a little beep boop beep boop beep boop. Coach Odberg, what would you have said if it would have been your daughter who was raped by? No.
And then Bo shoots it. I would. I told you when. I think I told you, or maybe it was Josh, when we had the press conference or the Big 12 media phone thing that we used to do. Remember when Callahan did the throat slashed. Instead of one of the sports guys, John Schutz or whoever asking it, we had the executive the assistant news director. She asked the questions, and she fired off 3 fast questions to Bill Callahan. It was very entertaining. He's like, who's this broad? He didn't quite say broad, but he said, who are you?
Yeah, but we got the guns and fruit by out of all that.
Yeah,
it was very distressing when people are throwing fruit
and shooting guns. It's very true, though. They were throwing fruit and they were shooting guns. So that is Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Shout out Oklahoma.
Question going back to last week, Michael, when you were on Friday, we talked a little bit about it as part of the recruiting question from last week.
Thought we're getting NFL draft. Severe, before you leave, I got to ask you a draft question.
Yeah, man, please.
We'll go ahead. But when Matt Rule, in the middle of the answer and in Sam's question, was talking about, hey, we're the Big 10, we're here, and they're the Big 12, they're there. It's now, and I'm not just picking on Matt Rule, but he's the one who said it. Others have said it as well. It's now stated as just this matter of fact. Why does the Big 10 get to tout this superiority right now?
Back-to-back national champs?
Yeah, but that's the thing. They got back-to-back national champs,
Yeah.
but the SEC had like a decade and a half of
but it's
nonstop national champs.
Pretty even if you look at the last year's draft, it really closed in. And I think this year it's going to be even closer, where you'll have a pretty close number of draft picks out of the Big Ten and the SEC. Now, there'll be a little bit of difference because of extra teams, but I think it's going to be really close. I think it's going to be really close. And that's really the definer, I think, for a lot of people, based off of in terms of did I lock out? What happened? Things went away there. Anyway, I think it's based on that. How many guys get drafted? How many guys get drafted from the SEC and the Big Ten? I think that's the comparison. When Sunday comes around after the draft is over Saturday night or Saturday afternoon, that's one thing we need to look at. That's why I think they have as much talent and they have the back-to-back national championships.
So is that then the next level of recruitment that the SEC had that stranglehold? I think that's kind of what you were alluding to too, is that for a while they were just saying, we're the best. If you want to play against the best, this is who you got. The Big Ten can start to make that argument in their recruiting circles.
Oh yeah, I mean, who is at this thing, right? If you have 3 or 4 guys being drafted from the University of Miami in the past, the Miami head coach was there. If you have 3 or 4 from Ohio State, the Ohio State coach was there, because he's saying, you come into the school, we're going to be sitting here together in this green room, and you're going to be getting drafted. Same thing for the NBA. So yeah, if they can talk about national championships and they can talk about having more draft picks and whatever the recruiting ranking is and all that stuff, that's great. But in the end, who has more talent is the answer to who the 2 best conferences are. And right now, it's the Big Ten and SEC, and it's unquestioned.
And all of that's great. The thing that continues to frustrate me is that we don't have enough games against each other in the non-conference to where we can definitively look and say, man, every time the Big Ten plays the Big 12, they're beating the crap out of them. You know what I'm saying? There's just not a big, you win the championship, that's great, but you don't get a chance. And the only time you do is the bowl season. And of course, we always like to in bowl season say, well, but that team wasn't motivated to play, so that's why that result happened that way. I just wish there was more head-to-head competition between the leagues so that it would validate more, not just what we're being told, but we get to see it on an every night basis. Because it's one thing to go out there and say, Big Ten, it's always tough. Yeah, it is tough. But you're telling me it's not tough in the Big 12? You're telling me it's not tough in the ACC? Of course it is. We just don't get a chance.
Not comparatively. I mean, I told this to you. Look at the Pac-12 2 years ago when Colorado only won their 1 or 2 games, right? That was a really good conference at the time. By the way, they had 43 draft picks out of that conference in 2024. One more than the Big Ten, who had 42, and the SEC 1159. That Pac-12, the 2 best teams, or the best teams in there, have left, obviously. Oregon is going to produce draft picks again. USC is always going to pick draft picks. I guess eventually Washington and UCLA. So eventually the Big Ten is going to catch up with the SEC. But yes, if you look at how tough the Big 12 was this year, just look at Colorado. Colorado wasn't that good of a team, but they got to 9 wins because they played in the Big 12. There's your example right there of how good the conferences are. I think I said this to you last week on Friday. If Colorado was in the Big 10, they might have won 5 games. Mm-hmm. With the schedule that Nebraska had.
And you're probably right, but we take that and just assume it to be true, even though we don't see it on an everyday basis. Because
you got to do comparisons, right? You got to kind of go with, and I know it doesn't always work this way, but who beat who? When you look at what the overall Big 12 did outside of their conference, last year it wasn't very good. Right, when they forget the bowl season, just during the regular season, when they got a chance to play, they weren't as
that's
good.
The thing. There weren't that many crossover games. There were just like 3 or 4 or 5 crossover games, and sometimes it's the 8th place team in the Big 10's playing the 9th place team in the Big 12. Can you really tell which conference is better based on that?
Well, and I don't think anyone like this upcoming fall is going to look at the Nebraska-Cincinnati game and be like, that's a determining factor to say what's the better conference.
Well, it goes to the metric though. I'm sorry, that's a Big 12 team versus. Hey, hold on a second. It's not like Nebraska. So how many games did Cincinnati win last year? Didn't they go 6-6? Well, they go 5-7. It's not like there's a huge gap between those 2 teams. So you should be allowed to take that game and go Cincinnati and Nebraska counts as a matchup between the Big 10 and the Big 12.
We're too close to the spring Husker festival.
Husker games.
I'm drinking too much of the
Husker
Kool-Aid.
games.
Yeah, man. National championships, John, draft picks, and then when you want to look into it, the games that are going to be in the college football playoff. Those are going to be your three categories. It's going to happen in the college ball playoffs. And when you get up to 14 and 16 teams, you'll have more of those matchups, especially since the majority
you might have more of those matchups. It depends. Big Ten might get 4 teams and the SEC gets 4 teams.
That's what I meant. Yeah, you're going to have more of the matchups between the Big Ten and the SEC because that's the only conversation we're having is who's better. And so you get more of those overall matchups. But
this is why, I mean, in basketball, in baseball, because you have so many more games and people play each other a lot more often, it's so much easier to tell because you've got all of these other games. You can literally go and say, hold
on. Now, Connecticut has won at least 3 championships where they were not the best team in college basketball. They had a great run in the tournament. I'm not talking about
national champions. I'm just talking about comparing conferences.
Well, I mean, you're going to say the Big East is a great conference because they got these national championships with Connecticut, whereas Connecticut wasn't even really the best team in college basketball when they did it.
But what you do have is you've got a lot of other non-conference games to compare each other to. Then you've got all these tournament games to come. It's not just about who wins at the end, but you can look over time and say, all right, this league certainly has held up its end of the bargain. This league has held up its end of the bargain. And
it's games getting into the tournament. It's just teams into the tournament. It's just teams into the tournament in basketball. In the end, that's the only line you're going to see. You're going to see a column that's going to say SEC 14 teams, Big Ten. That's all that counts for that one. When people talk about who's the best conference. For football, it's going to be draft picks. It's going to be national championships, teams in the college football playoff. Because you're not going to get those matchups, especially if it's up to guys like Matt Rule, right? He's like, why would I play that game? Doesn't make any sense to me. And so you're going to have fewer of them.
Which means you'll get even fewer data points against each other because now you're going to have, you'll have basically it's the Big Ten MAC challenge.
Well, then in that same sense, like you're saying, it'll be head-to-head matchups in the college football playoff because that's when we're going to see the Big Ten versus SEC, the ACC playing the Big 12. And then those data points would then obviously prelude further on. And then, people would make the argument about where they were seated, which team played who and all that sort of jazz. But that's that first round is like you said, how many teams you get in as a conference, how your conference does moving forward. Mm-hmm. And as it stands right now, I think the Big Ten feels pretty confident about where they were moving forward after the past 2 years.
Yeah, adding who they added, sure. I mean, you look at what the Pac-12 did that final year, and they took the best teams out. Pretty much took the best teams out of the Pac-12. So, pretty damn good.
You had a draft question.
Draft question for you. Obviously, coming up Thursday. Who do my Panthers pick? Do they go for best player available, which I hope is a receiver, or do they take? They've been trading back so much. I wanted to hear it from you first because I trust you. You're my source of going into this.
I think if Tet is sitting there at 8,
I
think somebody comes up and gets him. I think Carolina trades out of it. Now,
that's the one guy I hope that they would take, though. I hope that's a long conversation.
You're a Tet guy. See, I'm concerned about. I talked about this with John on Friday. I'm always worried about wingspan. I'm worried about arm length and that kind of thing. And when you don't get a lot of separation, the difference between you and other guys, the defender, is going to be arm length. And Tech doesn't have that. It's kind of weird to be that tall and not be as long that way as he should be, right? You figure guys 6'4", 6'5", he should have real long wingspan. So I worry about that a little bit with him in competitive catches. Obviously he showed in college that he can do that. I worry about him not having a lot of burst. There's a lot of things I worry about. I don't want the Saints taking him at 9. A lot of people project him. I don't want him at 9. I don't. Yeah. But I think if he's sitting there at 8, I think there are teams that will come up and get him. And Carolina is a team that I think could move. Eventually, Minnesota is going to definitely be able to move because they only got 4 draft picks, and the Chargers only have, I think, 4 draft picks or 5. And so those are the 3 teams you could see them moving around. But I personally, if I'm Carolina, I'm drafting on the line. I'm drafting an offensive lineman. If Mebo is still there at 8, which I don't think he will be, I think he goes 7. Or if you got a chance to take, I don't know, I think Nolan, the kid out of Georgia. There's a bunch of players that I think that I would take over Tet. But again, I don't think this offensive skill in this draft is worth taking early. Take your offensive linemen, take your defensive tackles, defensive ends, and then pick up later at running back, wide receiver, and tight end.
Yeah, but you're not David Tepper. You're not going to throw a drink on someone. So he's just going to walk in the room and just be like, Tet looks good. I like him. I like skill position guys who have short arms. We just continue to get those guys. That's what they want, and that's why I assume it's going to be there. So I'm planning for the worst and just hoping for something better.
How many picks in the second round does Carolina have? Just 1?
Yeah, they just got the 1, but I think they have 2, 3s.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
But you're going to hit a stretch where they're going to go on a run of those wide receivers and a stretch of running backs too. You're going to hit that. And the tight ends are so deep that I wouldn't, if I was up to you guys and Arroyo is sitting there, Ferguson, who I really like, is sitting there. I could see any of those guys going in the third round and you taking them and feeling pretty good. But I would build on I think Philadelphia Eagles have set a standard. You build an offensive line and you build your defensive line, and then have a smart enough GM that can make moves for the other stuff.
Isn't that crazy? Build your teams on the lines of scrimmage.
It's nuts, man. It's crazy to think about.
It's crazy that it took this long. Well, it didn't take this.
Even when we were young, if you want to go look at really separated, the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers in those years were dominant offensive line, two different ones. Dallas, huge man blocking, smaller zone blocking, and then defensive lines. The pass rushers, the elephant position that you got from the Niners, and what Dallas would do with their different kinds of defenses, even back then with the Michael Irvins and the Jerry Rices and all that, those two lines of scrimmage wore you out, and that's how they end up winning games.
That's all the answer I needed. So now I feel good.
Go offensive line or defensive line.
I know.
I'm going to walk in.
No one likes to draft an offensive line on draft night. You get to pick number 8, and you're like, oh man.
I would. I always tell the draft that really sucked me in was 1986, because I'd kind of followed it since the 1980-81 when it started being on TV. But the Saints drafted that year. Jim Dombrowski was his name, right? They also drafted Dalton Hilliard and some other players. But Dombrowski was a guard that played for the Saints for another 8-9 seasons, I'm pretty sure. And that made me think, okay, so that's how you build a team. And Mora did that every year. He took an offensive lineman. They took a quarterback late, took Nussmeier a couple of years later, but take those offensive linemen, take the defensive linemen, give me some pass rushers, because how many dominant man corners are there right now that are shutting down one side of the field? There's not. There's only a handful of them. So get me pass rushers. And then after you've gotten the pass rushers, do like the Eagles did, and in one draft got 2 corners, right? And win a Super Bowl.
Sounds like a plan to me. I'll ring it up the ladder. We'll see what Carolina does. I know you don't like that answer, but we'll see.
Hey, I'm not like certainly not a Carolina fan. I would say I would like to see Carolina lose as many games as possible.
They've done that a lot.
I have no problem with that. Unless you're playing Atlanta, and then I hope you beat Atlanta every time you play. So that's my hierarchy, and then that's kind of how it works for me. Tampa too. You want to beat Tampa? Beat Tampa. Be my guest.
By the way, my son is going to the draft.
Oh, is he really in Green Bay?
Christian is taking a couple of his buddies, and they're driving up to Green Bay for Thursday night. So,
is there a place to stay? I heard that there's nowhere to stay up there.
I think they are driving up, going to watch the first round, and then they are driving right.
And then they're driving back. Wow, that's 11 o'clock, 11:30.
How many trailers outside of Green Bay are available for Airbnb this weekend?
I have no idea.
It's got to be a lot.
I bet the Airbnb situation in Green Bay is insane right now.
Yeah. The Athletic draft show they do every year, which is one of my favorite shows to listen to, especially after the first day. The best thing about that is they're doing it from Chicago because they couldn't find any place to do it. They couldn't find a studio, and they couldn't find any place for their people to stay. So they're just doing it in Chicago. They're like, screw it. Let's just stay in Chicago. We can do the exact same coverage from Chicago as we can do from Green Bay.
It's crazy. I mean, listen, I know they've had a pro franchise there for 100 years.
Yeah.
But usually when people are coming in for an event, it's one team versus one team. Right.
Yeah.
This is they're talking about more than doubling the population of Green Bay with the people that are expected to come in for the draft, and they are not ready for it.
When I went to Philly, there was 500,000 people there. Yeah. 500,000 people there.
But at least in
between
Philly,
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
You've got hotels everywhere. And
I agree. I'm just saying, if those same people decide to go to Green Bay, you're in some serious trouble. Well, people are staying in Milwaukee, obviously, because you stay in Milwaukee, you drive up Thursday night, you drive back over to Milwaukee, you spend the night, you're back by noon or 11 o'clock. I guess that's Central Time. You're back by 11, so you're fine. But yeah, it was so packed in Philly that we stayed over in Delaware. We stayed across the bridge because we couldn't find a hotel over there in actual Pennsylvania. So yeah, I can't imagine what it's going to be like in Green Bay. But you know what? It'll look cool. I mean, I'm excited about how it's going to look.
Are they doing it in the stadium or outside the stadium?
I think they're going to do. Yeah. And so every year they do something unique. They in Philly they did it on the steps of the museum, right?
Of the museum.
Yeah. In Vegas it was the Bellagio, right? Is where they was.
They did the set on the fountains. Yeah.
And and I know they did in Kansas City. It was in the Power and Light District or whatever that's called over there.
It was like at the memorial or something like that too. Like that's
same place. Same place where the parade was, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Super Bowl.
So
parade.
I like how they highlight, and the thing that you go to see when you go to Lambeau is the stadium. So I like the stadium and however you can, in my opinion. But it's going to be I think it's going to be a pretty boring first round until you get to pick 7, 8, 9. Because I think those first picks, you're not going to get surprises like you did with Houston trading up and getting 2 guys. I think right now, if you could bet that standard 5, through Mason Graham at 5, I think you're pretty good. Then 6 is a question mark between probably 2 players. Are they going to take the running back and go with Genty, or are they going to go offensive lineman? That's kind of your decision there. And then 7, I think the decision is defensive line or offensive line. And then 8, where you start going. Carolina, I don't know. I think it could be 5 guys. Because hell, you could literally go tight end, right? I wouldn't if I was you. I wouldn't take a tight end in the top 10 if it was me. And you certainly could go wide receivers. We mentioned with Tet. Could be offensive line. Could be D line. So yeah,
they're going to pick something really weird. It's going to mess up the draft, and I know that everyone's going to point the finger at us, and it's going to be fine because we've always done it, and it's
I'll
my existence.
I'll never forget. I was in the NFL.com draft contest, and I got my first 8 right. 8 right. And I'm pretty sure it was the Dolphins who took Ted Ginn. I was like, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Ted Ginn? And then the same thing happened a few years later, and I think it was the Dolphins again. They took Josh Rosen. I think it was at 9 again. I had the first 8, and they took Josh. I'm like, what are you doing? You're killing me. This is a $100,000 contest. I'm killing it. What are you doing? Yeah, those 2. I'll never forget those 2. I was pretty mad. I think the Dolphins both times.
Darius Hayward-Bay, never forget.
Hey, Darius Hayward-Bay. A lot of people who were draft people, because of the 40 he ran, were going, I ain't going to Raiders.
He actually had a decent career, though. That was the weird part. He was around for a while.
No, he was around, but he just kept on. He never really was good. People kept giving him a shot because he was fast. He had a problem. And John, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this puzzle. He had a problem. It was called, in Latin, he couldn't catch the football. And so he was a receiver who couldn't receive. And whenever that's happening, you're not going to be good in the NFL. That's my professional opinion.
They should have done more skills competitions the one that they're going to do at the Husker games.
Darius Hayward-Bay at Maryland. He should have done more Husker games. That's for sure.
Do not you blaspheme on Husker games. I'm excited about Saturday. Aren't you excited? I'm excited.
The John Cook roping class.
Wait.
That's you're most excited about?
What time you get down? 8:30, John? I mean, I'm down early. What time are you getting down? I'm ready. Let's go.
I've got baseball on Saturday.
Baseball? What's a baseball? I don't know what you're talking about here.
College baseball.
Can't somebody else do that? I mean, you got to go to something important. Spring football is happening, John. You should cover what people care about. No offense to Creighton baseball and my good friend Ed Service, but cover the something people care about. Who's caring about whether or not?
I'm sure that specialist competition featuring punters that won't be on the team. That's going to be some important stuff.
Hey! I can't wait to go to the auction. Let's do that. I'm going to buy me some stuff. Let's go. And I'm going to be handing out for Christmas presents. I'm going to get some shoulder pads. Be like, here, Mom, some shoulder pads. This is awesome. Yeah, and Dominican Sue wear them. Yeah, I swear.
You know what? I don't want my enjoyment to take away from the enjoyment of others. I want more enjoyment for people like you. So you enjoy. I'll sit back and
I will enjoy. I'll enjoy it all, and I'll enjoy the scrimmage with guys that we're never going to see again. They were fighting their butts off to make the team.
I am actually more. I actually wish this were on television so I could watch this, because I think you're going to see something that's going to resemble more like football than what spring games have become recently.
Will there be a rule where they can't go up to the 7th floor and shoot?
Well, he says he's doing this to put it on tape. I'm sure they.
Okay, so it's fine. They can go up there and it's no problem.
I would think.
Maybe they'll treat it like media availability practices.
Remember,
you can only get so much or something.
The portal's closed.
I know, but it's not. Hey, if the portal's closed, why can't it be on TV?
Well, it's probably too late now.
Yeah, they missed the TV window.
You call the Big Ten. Hold on a second. Give me 20 here. You call the Big Ten and you go, hey, by the way, we are going to do a scrimmage. Could you put us on TV? The Big Ten's going to go, no. No, we have so much inventory. The inventory. There's no way we're going to
busy. They can't grab him.
We're replaying Washington's greatest highlights from the 1988 season. No, they're not going to. They would say yes.
They got Iowa baseball on that weekend. They couldn't possibly air the.
Who is this sport you keep talking about?
Michael's Clear Mondays. This is where it goes every week.
What a thrill.
Thanks, Michael.
Nice to meet you, Austin.
Nice to meet you too, Michael.
All right, man. See you later.
Michael Severe joins us every Monday here on the Grum. I mean, the crazy thing is NET, who does the production
no kidding.
for Big Ten Network. They're actually going to be in Omaha for baseball.
For baseball, yep. Prearranged. It's funny how that all worked out.
Yeah.
Listen, if you can control the flow of information, you can control what film is going out, you can control what players are being seen by your own cameras, that's an advantage in itself.
It is.
Because the same thing that we said about all the positive things going into last season with the Chasing 3 documentaries, all the inside looks, and everything that we got to see always came through a certain scope, did it not? It came through the Husker scope. And so as long as you continue to push it out in that sense, have to feel a little bit better about the dynamic in which you can let that information go.
Think about all the excitement for the local TV media who no longer, it's like the old days where they would shoot their highlights and they'd do their own highlight packages. They wouldn't just have, just run the tape machine on the TV broadcast.
Yep.
It's great.
They're going to have a lot of exclusive iPhone coverage from the stands as well.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of it. All right, we'll be back. We've got some content still to come and more, so stick around. John and Austin with you. Nick here on 1620 The Zone. But NIL on the line, this is your local connection to helping your favorite school recruit and retain the best college athletes. On the line, based right here in Omaha, partners with Nebraska, with Creighton, with Omaha, and their official collectives. So when the money goes in, it's going right to those collectives, which is going right to the athletes. And here's how it works. Go to athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school. Official partnership with all three major Division I institutions. Pick that favorite school, pick a sport, then pick a measurable metric, assign a dollar amount, and for every time that metric hits, that becomes your donation to your favorite school's NIL cause. So if you pick wins, let's say $50 a win. Nebraska hits a win, that's $50 towards their NIL. It's a way to gamify your giving and reward your team when your team rewards you. Plus, you can also set a budget floor so you're not going to go over that limit. Find out more by visiting On the Line today at athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content
that's unsportsmanlike.
By the way, Randy into the Equitable Bank inbox says, John, this Austin guy is good and insightful. Keep him around.
Whoa, thanks, Randy. Too bad I didn't know about the Mall of America.
Let's say insightful.
Yeah, can you really be insightful when you're not familiar with what the Mall of America is?
Thanks for not embarrassing me in front of Michael Severe, bringing up the Mall of America, John. That was very nice of you.
Oh, he heard it. He listened to our show.
Dang it. Insightful adjective, having or showing an accurate and deep understanding. Perceptive. You don't have to be perceptive to know the Mall of America, Nick.
I think that's pretty. I think that's the definition of perception.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're
Not
playing
true.
D&D and you roll for perception, and you roll a 1.
I have a 1 in perception.
Yeah, that's not good.
I know. That's tough.
That's bad.
When was the last time you D&D, John?
Never.
Yeah, John.
That would be never.
1620 the D&D?
I would love to do that.
I know you would.
I think that would be
would.
great. Let me
Lord.
DM. I'll give John his Sword of Zanzibar. He talks about it all the time.
Zanzibar?
I'm going to hit you with my sword of Zanzibar.
He never.
Nice one.
He hates D&D and doesn't know anything about it, but he always brings up the Sword of Zanzibar as if it's a thing that exists.
I'm pretty sure Zanzibar is like a calorie tracker, isn't it? Something like that?
Sounds like a good
No, it's a thing. It gives you great power and it makes you go way.
John thinks that everybody who plays D&D sounds like that.
It's not necessarily true.
It's not.
I've never met people who
No,
play D&D.
I
so.
can't complete the impersonation without the munching of Doritos and the slurping of Mountain Dew in the background.
Thank you. They're rock climbers. I knew it.
They are.
The only Mountain Dew I like is Baja Blast.
Do their parents yell at them from the upper part of the home instead of the basement, asking if their chores were finished?
No, the one time I came across
like these stereotypes you're perpetuating.
a D&D game, I was taking my son to a Hobby Lobby because we were picking up something for his science experiment or something we were working on, and there was a door open to the back room of this place, and you had all of these nerds sitting in a circle.
I was sitting around, Knights of the Round Table,
and they were playing their game, and I was like, we need to get out of here as fast as we can.
They're just playing their game.
Yeah,
let the
leave
kids
them
play a
be,
game.
John.
Speaking of games, what do you got, Nick?
What do you have?
Yeah, Nick.
We've wasted a lot of time.
The Yankees. Max Fried lost a no-hitter without throwing a pitch yesterday. Huh? You ask? A scoring change from a play initially ruled an error in the bottom of the 6th was posted as a hit just before Fried started the bottom of the 8th inning. Was the scorer right to do this retroactively? I watched this game, by the way. There's a lot of takes I have from this game.
Interesting.
Well, I don't think the score. I don't think the scorer was in error by calling it a hit because he was ruling that it was a high chopper on the infield that was bobbled by the first baseman. But because of the proximity of the base runner and the pitcher who would have had to cover first base, they figured he would have been safe anyway, even if the first baseman had come up with the ball cleanly. I don't have a problem with the ruling. Why did it take 2 innings to get there?
That's where I'm with you. I don't have a problem with getting the correct call. I have a problem with how long it took to get to that process. By that point, just let it happen.
And imagine if this had been the 9th inning.
Yes,
Imagine if
one of
Max
them
Fried's like 1 out into the 9th inning.
People are
and then
getting
all of a-
graphics ready. Come on.
Exactly. And then they changed the call. You have replay in the scores. That play should not have taken that long to figure out, no, I should have scored it.
Now, did they announce during the game? Like, did they announce to the stadium that they were like, hey, this is no longer like a no-hitter? What's going on here?
So I didn't actually see this specific part
yes.
because our family events had started. But Paige was watching from the living room, and she had like, oh, he lost a no-hitter.
Yes.
I just assumed somebody hit the ball.
That's usually how that works, yes.
Biggest problem I had, though, there was an Aaron Judge hit that looked like a home run, but the foul poles are so short that they couldn't tell because the ball was so high.
I did see that, yes. Yep.
From one camera angle, it looked like it was out, but from the other camera angle, it looked like it was well in, and then they just called it foul instead of a home run. But it looked pretty much like a home run to me.
Wow.
Yankee lover Nick. Who would have
Sounded
thought?
like a Yankee lover
Interesting.
here.
Aaron Judge doesn't get enough home runs. He's being robbed by the officials.
Wow.
Crazy.
They could have been 4-0 instead of.
Are those pinstripes under that shirt, sir?
No. The Rockies have pinstripes too. People forget.
So you picked the Rockies for your love of pinstripes. Interesting.
It's the annual spring meetings of the College Football Playoff Board of Directors.
Yay.
That has to be the stuffiest meeting of all time.
Many things to discuss, and while we may not get any answers this week, one idea floating around is conference bids being tied to television ratings.
Oh?
Does this sound like a great idea or the worst thing ever?
So here's how it would work. They're trying to get away from the automatic bids, the Big Ten getting 4, the SEC getting 4, etc. So one of the ideas is, well, what if we had a bunch of different metrics like non-conference, strength of schedule, and television ratings, and then we'll use that to determine how many bids your conference gets every year. Yes, this sounds like the worst idea ever.
Yeah, it almost sounds like the conferences that have their own networks dedicated to promoting their own conference might benefit more.
And
Weirdly
networks
enough.
who have contracts with with 3 major networks would stand to benefit from this.
Interesting. That is an interesting conundrum. I wonder who would have brought that one up.
Oh, I'm sure.
Curious to find out.
I'm sure it was some stuffy nerd in a Northwestern polo.
No, I agree. I think this is a bad idea because also all it takes is one swoop of someone making fake television ratings for this whole idea to go south. So,
or I don't know. How about we just pick the teams based on what we think they are?
but also, how do we even track television ratings anymore? I watch on YouTube TV and I watch Quad Box. Do I count for 4 people? How does that work?
Good question.
Thank you, Nick.
Remember when Shannon Sharp accidentally left his phone on and it recorded audio of a sexual encounter?
He's being a healthy young man.
Well, Sharp was sued on allegations of sexual assault over the weekend.
Ooh.
One of the allegations is that he recorded their sexual encounters without her knowledge. The woman is seeking $50 million. How will this affect Sharp's media appearances?
Well, you were reading something from earlier. Apparently, his attorney has already responded.
Yeah, not just
to
his
the
attorney,
lawsuit.
but Shannon Sharp's own Twitter page decided to post them himself, talking about
nice.
the different messages that this woman has been sending him explicitly. In one of them saying that she was requesting $25K for each cheek, and they're not the upstairs ones either. So you can take your guess as to how this will transpire in court.
Yeah. How will this? Obviously, it's probably not going to affect his media appearances. He's probably still going to be on TV.
Yeah. Also, speaking of media appearances, he just tweeted or retweeted that he's going to be on the Nightcap live at the NFL Draft Show, and he will be live at Lambeau Field for the first round.
There we
so
go.
it looks like he's going to be doing okay.
Sounds like he's going to be working, and
That's
he'll be
media
just fine.
appearance.
Well,
Club
that's
Shay
good,
Shay goes on.
because he needs to work because he's going to eventually owe this person $50 million.
$50 million. He didn't even make $50 million in his playing days.
That's true.
In a decision nobody is surprised by, Duke's Cooper Flag is entering the NBA draft. What will be your favorite Blue Devil memories of Flag?
Ooh, that's a good one. I will remember the most about actually, and this is actually sincere. I could try to go little snobby about this, but truthfully, I wanted to hate Cooper Flag from the beginning. Couldn't pull myself to do it. He's unlike the other Duke stars. I couldn't get myself to not root for him.
Zion was pretty likable.
When he blew out the shoe, that was cool. I'll give you
cool.
that. But Cooper's like in that J.J. Redick and the Christian Laettner, all that category, right?
Not to go all he's white and the other guys were white, but
fair.
You look at
Didn't think about that.
You look
Thanks
at
for bringing
Bobby
it up.
Hurley. You look at Christian Laettner. You look at J.J. Redick. Those guys were like, oh man, I hate those guys. And you just assumed he was going to be the same.
He wasn't.
And he ended up having a great personality, and it helped that he was able to star in a couple of those television commercials. Seemed like a really decent dude.
Yeah.
And you're right. You can hate Duke, but it was hard to hate him.
Yeah, but Duke haters will tell you that their favorite is him airballing shots in the final minutes of games that were very close. He had a little struggle with that.
Yeah.
Clutch gene not there.
That's one thing I do remember.
But I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't.
I do remember those.
Hockey isn't typically a sport for bad beats, but the Vegas Golden Knights gave us one last night. Vegas hit an empty netter with 1/10 of a second left to cover the -1.5 and hit the over of 5.5 goals. How pissed would you have been to have this happen to you?
5.5 goals is a lot.
It was a 3-2 game, empty netter. So now the over hits and the puck line hits of a goal and a half. And it was close enough where they had to do the overhead camera to see if the puck had crossed the red line and count. Yes, this would have been an awful way. I can imagine if you're sitting there going, "Oh, I got that." Not T-Wolves. That's the Wild.
Yep.
Same state. I got that ticket. I'm going to win. I'm going to hit the under it. No!
At what second point of that final period are you counting down? You're like, I won. You're like fist pumping your, you're like texting your friends. You're like, good beat, all that stuff.
The puck's in the wrong zone. You're like, this is over. Mm-hmm. This is over. That puck really traveled too, because I think the puck left the stick at like 3 seconds left.
Oof.
And with 0.1, it just crossed the line.
Good for them. Good for them.
But congrats, NHL. You're finally going to make SVP's bad beats.
You did it.
Congrats.
What do we think of the Pirate social media graphic after their 3-0 loss to Cleveland yesterday? Are they just excited for the premiere of season 2 of Andor?
I'm going to look this up quick. I did not.
Well, it's on the, if you want to watch, it's on the video scope right now.
Video scope.
But
C3PO.
C3PO. And of course, with this being a Pirates account, the primary colors are gold and black. C3PO, of course, was famously gold. And so many people responded to this with a picture of America's favorite droid, C3PO.
I'm more of an R2-D2 guy myself. But he's an astromech, so I don't want to get, into the technicalities.
Astromechs are still droids.
They are, true. Mm-hmm.
He's just
They're not allowed. They're not allowed in local establishments more often than not.
Well, only in the Outer Rim.
That is
They're
true.
a little robo-racist.
Guy's going deep there. I mean,
are we wrong, John?
No, you're not wrong. I understood everything you said.
Yes, I am excited about season 2 of Andor. C3PO has nothing to do with season 2 of Andor, though. So
it's true.
People forget.
Whoever wrote that question doesn't know war.
Doesn't know the stars.
Know star. It was a rough night for the WWE and motorized vehicles. Stone Cold Steve Austin arrived to the ring in an ATV and hit the barricade around the ring, knocking a fan in the front row over, while a golf cart carrying new Intercontinental Champion Dom Mysterio ran over a fan in the parking lot. I guess that's why they don't call it ATV Mania.
The funniest thing about the Steve Austin thing, well, there's two. Because they had this, they have the entrance ramp. He missed the ramp. And so for the longest time, his theme music is playing and we're Stone Cold, we're Stone Cold. And then he finally shows up. Well, it turns out when he first drove into the field, he missed the initial on-ramp. So he had to back up and get back on the on-ramp. And then he does like 3 hot laps around the ring. And on the third rotation around, he didn't hit the corner right, bumps into the barricade. Some woman is standing there. She kind of falls back in her seat. And it wasn't just any person that went to check on her. It was the CEO of WWE, Nick Khan, who went over to check on the woman, because I'm guessing they were thinking lawsuits.
Yeah, you can't really bring an ATV into an indoor arena and be like, this is a good idea. No one will get hurt in this environment.
Well, I mean, this is kind of his bit. He once brought a Zamboni into the arena, a beer truck into the arena. You figure a smaller vehicle like this he'd be able to handle, but maybe he shouldn't have done so many Steve Weisers before he went out.
That's what I was going to say. You should not be operating any type of motor vehicle if you were going to hit him with a Stone Cold.
You say Zamboni and beer truck, but then he comes in with an ATV. It kind of seems like a downgrade in extremity, right?
Yeah, I would have just stuck with the Zamboni until it didn't work. I would have kept up with that. Zamboni always hits.
It's a great bit. The originator of bad weather guarantees, Jack Mitchell, not Josh Peterson.
Whoa.
Won the Boston Marathon. Won?
Got
a sub 3.
Whoa, breaking news.
Congratulations, Josh.
He did finish first among all runners named Josh Peterson. We did find out that today.
That's good.
That's what I meant.
He won the Josh Peterson.
Anyway, Jack Mitchell. He guaranteed no more high temperatures below 60 degrees until after the summer.
That's tough.
What are the odds he'll have to do another one of his walks of shame?
Okay, so I saw this last night. I'm glad this got brought up because I want to make sure we get the parameters of this correct, right?
Yeah.
So it is the highest temperature
of the day. Cannot be below 60.
Cannot be below 60.
Correct.
That was an absurd thing to do this early in the season. I think he should have waited till mid-May. I'm very nervous for him. I'm going to predict a possibly week of May Day issue here for Jack.
he's famously like 1 out of 9 in these guarantees. So the odds of him losing are very strong, but you're right. It's only April 21st.
Yeah.
We're going to have another one of those days like yesterday, for example.
Yep.
Where it's cloudy all day. Maybe it's rainy.
59.
And it'll
Tough.
be 59. But of course, he'll try to say, well, but it was 61 after midnight.
And he'll also add into that in different locations and where he lives would be different, temperatures. So there could be that too. He's always got a way out of it.
Again, this is a bad bit. It's a terrible bit. It's a bit that always ends poorly for the people involved.
And especially the city of Lincoln, known to be poor, like
Known
John mentioned.
to be poor.
John did say
poor
that.
and crime-ridden.
Lincoln has no money. That's a quote from John Bishop.
Good content, Nick.
Something like
you.
that. I did want to share this before we go to break and get ready for some what's for dinner. But kudos to this person, Aaron Foster on Twitter. You know, they retired the jersey numbers of Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders over the weekend.
Yes, Colorado Legends, you mean? Yeah.
Well, Aaron played with the Photoshop there, and of course they got the numbers on the side of the stadium. One says Travis Hunter, the other one says number 2, Dion's kid.
Good for them.
Good for them.
I actually like the thought that some people have forgotten that Travis Hunter is also not Dion's kid, and they just kind of lumped the two together.
Yeah.
And so everyone getting collectively upset about the Shedeur thing, separate from Travis Hunter, does make me happy because Travis Hunter, good college football player.
Very good college football player, and you can understand why he did it. By the way, Dion had more to say about this. He said the reason why they did it, because we are a now generation. We can't wait because we're a now generation.
He also claimed that they wanted to do it now because he didn't want to celebrate the career that was if something were to happen later. Very ominous statement to say something about your own son, who's still alive and likely going to be drafted in the NFL draft in this week.
Wait, so is he anticipating that his son's going to fail in the NFL and thus...
I think he thought worse. I think he referenced Rashawn Salam in it, and he was like, oh, well, we didn't celebrate him until a year after his passing. So, I don't know if that's the route you want to take there, Neon Dion.
My Lord.
Bit of tough.
Again,
crowd.
the more this goes, the more it comes out on this, it's more and more obvious. The only reason he got in is because
nepotism.
He's Dion's.
Yep. The best case solution for all of them is to just let it happen, and they shouldn't have said anything about it. You let people talk about it. The more you keep talking about it, the more eyes come upon it. You just have to stop. Cut it off at the source.
Coming up, what's for dinner?
Oh.
Probably leftovers.
Yeah.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
Breaking news.
Oh.
The trade is complete. The first ever successful trade in college football history. Of course, Nico is going to UCLA.
Yes.
The quarterback that was scheduled to be the starting quarterback at UCLA, Joey Aguiar, is now transferring to Tennessee.
Whoa, they did need a veteran quarterback.
Now they've got him.
Interesting.
So it is a one-up trade. I'll be curious to see what the cash considerations are in this deal.
I am excited to see who won this trade. BleacherReport.com will write an article about it in 1 year. It'll be very fun.
Oh, we won't be comparing the stats of these two this year, will we? What's for dinner tonight? I'm guessing it's probably leftovers. I mean, we had Easter ham, and there was a lot of it left over.
Nice.
So that's what I would guess is for dinner tonight. Wife made some really good dinner rolls. Probably some of her best ever.
Oh,
whoa!
Very.
That's high praise.
Very.
That's high praise.
Nice. Thank you.
I wish I could. I can't quite describe them, but they were very, very yeasty, very doughy, chewy, but delicious at the same time.
I don't like the way you said yeasty.
Congrats on your yeasty rolls.
There's yeast in the rolls. You can kind of taste it when it's got a little yeast.
You like the taste of yeast?
Well, it's not just the taste. It's just, I don't know. It had something about it. It was good.
Fair.
I enjoyed it.
All right.
It was good.
I don't know many people that are like, oh, the flavor of yeast. Oh, yes.
Well, yeah,
Need more of
occasionally
that.
I just like to, pop a little in it.
Yeah, fair enough. We're sticking to leftovers. Same. Pork butt that came from Dr. Girlfriend's dad. Fantastic Saturday night. It's going to work well tonight.
Nice. We've been craving wings, so maybe wings.
Big move.
Oh, you're practicing for the big wing eating contest between the third and fourth quarter of the Husker games.
Make it traditional.
You caught me.
Okay. Austin, appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, I've completed the gauntlet. I've gotten every single 1620 host.
Tomorrow
Congrats.
we'll be live at the ballpark. See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
From the Plumrite Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like an earlier wreck on westbound I-80 at 72nd is causing delays back to about 42nd. And then we've also got stop-and-go traffic on westbound I-80 from 680 to Giles. Also on eastbound I-80, delays between 144th and Giles. A stall has the right shoulder blocked on southbound 680 just after Pacific, causing delays back to at least Dodge. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays from 108th to 132nd. I'm Mike Neville.